Threshold Dynamics did not appear on any public registry. The company had no website, no press releases, and no shareholders, at least not in the conventional sense. It existed at the intersection of dark research grants, untraceable contracts, and deniable oversight. Nestled deep in the northern wilds of an unnamed region bordering 3 national parks, it was a ghost company, moving with surgical precision through bureaucratic loopholes that left no trace behind. And it had been granted exactly what it wanted: isolation, silence, and the freedom to experiment. Dr. Arden Vale stood at the edge of the site's temporary scaffold platform, gazing out over the pine forest that rolled and dipped across the valley below like a sea of jagged black. Wind swept up from the ravine, cold and sharp, rattling the aluminum supports around her and tugging strands of hair from the braid knotted tightly against the base of her neck. Behind her, massive ceramic capacitors hummed low as they idled, each of them feeding into the buried latticework of the dimensional rift generator, her life's work, born from 17 years of math, theory, and funding from people who never asked what she was trying to reach. She preferred it that way. From the temporary comms tent, a voice crackled through her earpiece. "We're 15 minutes out, Dr. Vale. The escort's nearly at checkpoint Delta." She touched her earpiece to respond, her voice clipped but clear. "Copy. Bring them in slowly. Don't let the vehicles idle near the field. I don't want any more interference than we already have." Arden turned and stepped down the aluminum stairs, her boots landing on packed gravel, lined with coiled power cables and plastic sheeting. A thin layer of frost coated everything, despite the mild forecast. Temperature fluctuations like that had become common in the zone. The instruments called it an inverted thermal bloom, but she had other names for it. Names she didn't say aloud. At the outer perimeter, just beyond the second electrified fence, a convoy of black SUVs crawled along the switchback trail, tires crunching the ground slowly. One vehicle bore a bright orange triangle on the hood, marking it as civilian. Inside sat Maxine Holt, hands gripping the wheel with the ease of someone used to navigating unpaved roads and uneven terrain. She'd been briefed in exactly the way Threshold Dynamics liked to handle outsiders: vague, authoritative, and with the promise of hazard pay if she asked no questions. She already had questions. The forest had changed since she'd last passed through it 2 years ago. It was subtle at first. The color of the pines had dulled in places, and birds were few and far between. Branches sagged as if under unseen weight. Tree trunks closer to the project zone bore deep spiral cracks, as though something had twisted them from within and left them to rot upright. Maxine stopped at the second checkpoint, where a man in a reinforced vest scanned her ID and made her wait while he checked with the command tent. He didn't smile. She didn't either. When the gates parted, she drove slowly up the gravel road toward the clearing, where the core structure of Thresholds. Operations loomed above the forest floor in a tangled mess of scaffold, cable, and generators that never quite stopped vibrating. It looked more like preparation for war than science. Inside the main control tent, Arden met her with a nod, but offered no handshake. "Ms. Holt, thank you for coming on short notice." Maxine surveyed the cluttered interior, maps pinned to corkboard, monitors showing oscillating energy readouts, and personnel walking with too much purpose for a research station. "I wasn't told what I'd be escorting." "You're not escorting anything," Arden replied, turning back toward the inner corridor of the tent. "You're here in case something gets out." Maxine followed her in silence, boots thudding softly against the reinforced flooring. "You planning for that?" she asked, more a statement than a question. "I plan for everything," Arden replied. "But in this case, the risk is theoretical." Maxine said nothing. She had the sense this woman had long ago stopped believing in theory. They passed into the observation dome, an open-sided tent ringed with high-powered scopes and field displays. At its center sat the core itself, encased in an obsidian black shell. Mounted above it was a rig of refractive sensors and Tesla coils, linked in a toroidal array that manipulated ambient energy. At Arden's signal, a technician keyed in the final sequence. "We're breaching in 10 minutes, Arden said. "What you're about to see will change everything about our understanding of spatial entanglement." Maxine didn't care about the science. She watched the forest. The trees were no longer swaying in the wind. In fact, the wind had stopped. Entirely. When the surge occurred, the air did not explode or ripple. Rather, it became still, so profoundly still that even breath felt intrusive. A shrill hum rose to the edge of hearing, and the obsidian shell began to open, unfolding itself. At first, nothing happened, but then the mist along the valley floor parted. Across the ravine, perhaps 3 miles distant, something enormous breached the tree line, slowly and silently, with no visible force behind it. Maxine blinked, unsure whether her mind was reacting to the breach or if the thing before her was real. It was a head, human in shape and vaguely feminine, but scaled impossibly. Beyond comprehension, stone-like in appearance. Its crown emerged first, hair trailing in black tendrils like oil through water. Then its eyes, 2 cavernous hollows filled with pulsating red light, emerged through the fog and settled just above the horizon, tilted downward as though watching them. The forest beneath it did not react. No trees snapped, no animals fled. But those who stood nearby found themselves frozen in place. Even Arden's voice wavered. "Mark the visual anomaly. Record all sensor data. No one is to attempt contact." But Maxine was already backing away. She wasn't even thinking of the pay anymore. Her instincts, honed over years of trekking through country too wild to care who lived or died in it, were screaming one unified message. Whatever had just been unleashed had been waiting a long time. Behind her, Arden stood rooted, numbers flooding. Her mind, her mouth silently forming equations only she could follow. Far above and impossibly close, the giant's eyes glowed brighter and its gaze narrowed. The head never moved. It remained perched above the forest, its immense form anchored in fog and stillness, as though balanced against the curvature of the world itself. The horizon bent around it. Its dark hair continued to stream downward in strands too straight to be windblown, trailing through the mist. But the feature that gripped everyone, no matter how trained, how analytical, how skeptical, was the glow of its eyes. Its twin crimson orbs did not radiate light as expected. Instead, they pulsed, striking the retina in a way that refused to integrate with depth perception. No one could agree on how far away the head was. Some said 5 miles. Others claimed it was close enough to see pores in the skin. Dr. Arden Vale stood beneath the canopy of the makeshift command dome, her gaze locked through the mounted ocular lens of the forward scope. Around her, engineers ran diagnostics, logged data, and performed retinal recalibrations. Anything to feel as though they still controlled the situation. Arden knew they didn't. She didn't say it aloud, but the realization had already begun, weaving through her thoughts. "Visual coherence degrading past the 182nd mark," said Haru Kim, her lead instrumentation analyst. "Observer fatigue increasing exponentially. We're seeing early signs of disorientation and word slippage." Arden blinked slowly and stepped back from the scope. "Cycle out observers. Every 2 minutes. Keep logs of subjective reports as well as biometric telemetry. I want everything on record." Kim hesitated before nodding. "Yes, Doctor." Beyond the field tent, the entity loomed unchanged. No one had seen it rise, and no one could say for sure whether it had emerged or had simply always been there, veiled until the breach pulled back the curtain. The lack of motion defied expectation more than any roar or earth-shaking step could have. Something that large should move. It should tower and tremble the ground with every breath. But this stillness was a more profound violation. It was watching, and it did not need to move to reach you. By the second day of exposure, symptoms began appearing in clusters. Workers reported vivid dreams in which they were being pulled upward by unseen hands, slowly unspooled like yarn. One man became convinced he had never existed before arriving at the site. Another tried to dig into the earth with his bare hands, claiming something below was whispering the equations Arden had recited during the breach. Sleep became difficult. Time became elastic. Maxine began checking her watch hourly, not to tell time, but to prove that it still existed. Roland Kess arrived on the third day, his unmarked transport sliding quietly through the checkpoint without fanfare. His demeanor remained cold but attentive, the kind of man who had seen everything he was supposed to believe was classified. After being briefed by two of Arden's liaisons, both of whom repeated nearly identical phrases without deviation, he requested to speak with the director herself. He found her not in the command tent, but seated alone near the observation ridge with a field notebook open in her lap, eyes half-lidded as she stared toward the ridge where the being remained. Her pencil moved without pause, inviting attention, as she sketched spirals and mirrored loops. "You've seen it, I take it," he said, by way of introduction. Arden did not look up. "I've studied it." Roland moved beside her, keeping the being just out of his direct line of sight. "Studied, but not explained. I'm not sure explanation is the point." Roland folded his arms. "I've reviewed your chain of command reports. They're incomplete, contradictory in places. One report states the breach occurred at 0500. Another lists it as 1300 hours. There's mention of a technician named Mallory who assisted with the calibration sequence, but no one on staff remembers him. His clearance file is empty." Arden smiled faintly, without turning her head. "We brought back more than expected." Roland frowned. "We didn't bring anything back, Dr. Vale. We opened a tear in something we don't understand. And now half your crew is reporting neurological drift, and the other half can't remember who they are." She finally looked at him. "Yet you're here. I go where the contract tells me. Do you feel it yet?" "I feel the unease of a man standing too close to a cliff. That's all." Arden returned to her notebook. "It will get closer." Roland walked away without responding, but the knot in his stomach remained. It tightened when he passed by the mess tent and saw a young assistant stirring coffee with his index finger, unaware that his hand was submerged in liquid several degrees below freezing. No one else noticed. No one wanted to. That night, a perimeter. Technician named Bradley Vire left for a standard loop check. He did not return. His absence was noted by the quartermaster at 0117, though the time was later disputed. Logs showed he had never checked out. Security footage revealed nothing. His cot remained untouched. Maxine was the first to raise alarm, having spoken with Bradley shortly before his patrol. She insisted he had joked about the temperature and borrowed her scarf. Arden denied any breach. When pressed, she offered no explanation for the missing footage. "It's not a breach," she said. "It's a transference." "What the hell does that mean?" Maxine asked. "It means Bradley's somewhere else now." "Is he alive?" Arden didn't answer. The next morning, the scarf was found hanging from a pine branch 15 feet above the ground, twisted into a knot that mirrored the pattern Arden had been sketching. Maxine stared at it for several seconds before finally speaking. "I don't think the forest appreciates our presence." No one argued. By midday, communications began to break down. Satellite uplink failed. Power flickered in intervals that did not align with known patterns. The head remained motionless, yet its gaze seemed to deepen. At 1942, someone entered the north gate on foot. He was barefoot and pale, carried no tools, and had no visible injuries. His gait was fluid, but unhurried. He did not speak. When halted by armed personnel, he raised his hands and complied without resistance. His clothing was standard issue for site workers: dark thermals, worn boots, insulated vest. But his boots were gone. His name tag was missing. His ID badge had been found hours earlier, still clipped to a broken branch. Arden arrived as he was being questioned. "Do you know who you are?" she asked. The man blinked once and turned his head toward the ridge. "I am the vessel," he said, voice calm, eyes glassy. "It has asked to speak." "What is it?" Arden asked. "You already know." Behind them, the glow intensified, and somewhere in the ridgeline of their minds, something stirred. The man closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they reflected red. They did not know what to call him at first. There was no identification left on his person, and the IO badge found earlier could not be reliably matched to his face, which now bore an expression of such vacant serenity that it seemed artificial. Arden referred to him only as the subject in her preliminary notes, but the others began calling him the vessel in lieu of his earlier comments, and the name stuck. He did not object. In truth, he did not speak much at all. When he did, however, the effect was immediate and unsettling. He uttered things he should not have known, lines from encrypted personnel files, locker combinations, fragments of conversation spoken days earlier in confidence and behind closed tent flaps. At one point, he interrupted a diagnostic technician mid-report to inform her, without prompt, that her mother had died that morning, thousands of miles away. The next satellite ping confirmed it. Most disturbing of all was the voice. It remained his, at least in timbre and volume, but there was a pressure behind it, a low-frequency vibration that made skin prickle and teeth ache. Observers reported headaches, nausea, and, in one instance, temporary aphasia after extended proximity. Roland imposed a strict 5-minute exposure limit for any personnel assigned to monitor him. Arden ignored it. She sat across from the vessel in the far end of the medical tent, a notepad balanced on her knee, her eyes fixed on the gentle rise and fall of his chest. Electrodes trailed from his scalp to a bank of portable scanners, each unlogging brain activity in a chaotic bloom of overlapping waves that defied explanation. Despite the impossibility of it, the data remained consistent, wrong, but consistently so. "You're processing input in channels I can't map," she murmured. The vessel did not respond, but his eyes remained open and unblinking. They were deeply red around the irises, as though backlit by something watching from within. "You're communicating without speech," Arden continued. "I think you're already filtering us, choosing what to show." Still, nothing. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "What is the purpose of your presence?" His lips parted. "To hold what you cannot." Arden nodded. "Containment." The vessel tilted his head slightly. "Understanding." "Of us?" "No. Of hunger." That evening, Roland isolated himself in the communications trailer and replayed the voice logs from his first interview with Arden. He listened for tone shifts, inflection changes, and inconsistencies. He played them twice, then a third time, comparing them with his memory. The problem wasn't that they were wrong. The problem was that the second and third playbacks differed from each other, subtly, but unmistakably. He replayed the same clip again and again. Each time the phrasing changed, only by a word or the placement of a pause, but it was enough. He opened the metadata. Time of recording, not listed. File size, 0 kilobytes. He played it again. This time, Arden didn't speak at all. Roland slammed the laptop shut and pressed his palms into his eyes. When he opened them, the screen was blank, and a face stared back. Only it wasn't his. It was his daughter's. He staggered back, catching himself on the wall. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. Then the image faded, returning to static. No trace remained. He left the trailer without speaking to anyone and returned to his quarters, where he found her again. His daughter, 9 years old, sitting on his bunk with knees drawn to her chest, looking just as she had the last time he saw her before the illness took her. He stood in the doorway, unable to move or speak. "Daddy," she said, "I missed you." The next morning, he filed no report. Instead, he returned to the field perimeters and walked the entire north sector twice, eyes never leaving the horizon. The head remained fixed in its place, and though it had not moved, Roland could no longer convince himself it had not noticed him. Maxine had stopped sleeping. It began with fragments, dreams of snowfields stained with ink, forests where the trees leaned in clusters, their branches hooked like fingers, as if colluding. But the dreams became deeper, longer, and soon indistinguishable from waking. In one, she found herself running across the valley, arms outstretched, only to realize her limbs were comprised of bark and sinew. She felt her body rooting itself into the soil as her breath slowed and her thoughts became still water. When she woke, she vomited pine needles into the sink. By midweek, she tried to leave the compound entirely. She packed a light kit, strapped her rifle, and set out along the marked trail she had helped map herself. An hour in, the path twisted back on itself. 2 hours later, she found her own boot prints heading in the opposite direction. When she looked up, she noticed the stars. Above were too bright and that they were in the wrong places. Orion had 2 belts. Cassiopeia curved downward like a hook. The forest had changed. The land now moved in loops. She returned, silent and pale. Arden did not question her. Arden, for her part, had been building something in the lower research tent, something no one else had clearance to see. Using parts stripped from drone kits, memory rigs, and feedback isolation gear, she assembled a neural interface of her own design. No one approved it. She hadn't asked. She believed the entity desired contact, not with the body, but with consciousness. She believed it was not hostile, only dispersed, too large to communicate via traditional channels, too alien to enter minds uninvited. The vessel, she theorized, was its outstretched finger. But a finger required a willing touch to complete the gesture. When she announced her intention to initiate contact, Roland objected immediately. "You don't know what it wants," he said. "You don't know what this thing is. And whatever's inside that man is using you." Arden did not raise her voice. "There's no difference between use and communion. Not anymore. If this is some messianic delusion, you need to pull back before you destroy what's left of your team." But Arden was already fitting the interface nodes to her temples, calibrating the relay with fingers trembling from lack of sleep. Maxine arrived without being summoned. She stood silently at the edge of the tent as Arden seated herself before the vessel, wires trailing from her scalp to his wrists. "You should know," Maxine said quietly. "It's been dreaming too." Arden met her gaze. "That's what I'm counting on." The interface activated. The moment the circuit closed, Arden's vision narrowed. The world collapsed into a tunnel of shadow and red light, and her ears filled with a rushing sound. Images surged through her mind. Not memories, but recognitions, as though something behind her own thoughts had begun flipping through her life without regard for sequence or meaning. She saw her childhood bedroom, lit by the green glow of an old digital clock. She saw her father's lab, cluttered and smelling of burnt ozone, and the expression on his face when he first realized something had gone wrong. She saw herself, younger and idealistic, delivering lectures to rooms of glassy-eyed bureaucrats who nodded without hearing a word. All of it shimmered, then inverted. Language flooded her thoughts, not in words, but in arrangements of possibility, pattern after pattern folding into one another. There was hunger there, yes, but also awe. The entity was not seeking destruction. It was seeking a way to be heard in a universe that had no instruments capable of detecting its voice. Arden opened her mouth. The vessel did the same. In unison they spoke. "We are listening." The trees began to spiral, not in dramatic whirls or grotesque contortions, but in gentle, nearly imperceptible curves that became evident only when viewed from a distance. Maxine noticed first, pacing the northeast ridge at sunrise, where pines tilted in a slow arc that followed the line of sight back toward the observation platform. What had once been a straight perimeter trail now veered and doubled, with saplings emerging in geometric clusters, 5-pointed arrays, Fibonacci spirals, and curling helixes of bark and branch that defied natural growth patterns. The terrain felt unfamiliar, even where she had walked just days before. The earth sloped differently. Elevation rose where it once fell. Deer tracks moved in impossible loops, and frost coated the shadowed sides of trees regardless of the sun's direction. Even sound behaved strangely. Bird calls echoed from directions where no birds perched, and footsteps returned on delay, sometimes repeating as whispers. Maxine stopped walking and raised her compass. The needle spun slowly, then shuddered and fixed on north. 2 seconds later, it reversed. She frowned and pulled her phone from her vest pocket, accessing the offline satellite map she had downloaded before entering the zone. The map showed a Hi'ai ridgeline she recognized, flanked by 3 rivers and a logging road that had long since been swallowed by undergrowth. She turned in place, aligning the terrain with the topography. But the land no longer matched. The rivers were gone. The ridgeline bent the wrong way. She lowered the phone and looked toward the valley. The head still loomed, motionless, vast, and unchanging, dominating every line of perspective. No matter how she turned, the entity's face followed. It had become the axis around which the world now revolved. When Maxine returned to camp, Arden was waiting. "You've seen it, haven't you?" the doctor asked, her voice calm but electric. Maxine hesitated. "The land's wrong." "It isn't wrong. It's reorganizing." Arden held up a sheet of paper. It was a scan of sensor data overlaid with topographic mapping annotated with symbols Maxine did not recognize. Some scientific, others bordering on mystical. At the center was a waveform oscillating around a shifting fulcrum that expanded with each cycle. "It's building a framework," Arden continued. "Not with matter, but with thought. We're inside it now, not physically, but perceptually. You think that's a good thing?" Maxine asked, her voice flat. "I think it's inevitable," Arden replied. She turned and led Maxine toward the modified observation rig that had replaced the original containment core. The equipment had been altered beyond recognition. Screens now displayed real-time overlays of biological patterns interlaced with feedback from Arden's neural interface. One monitor synchronized with the vessel's respiration. Another displayed rolling streams of code that read more like poetry than programming, looping in mirrored sentences that folded and refolded into themselves. Roland stood nearby, arms crossed, eyes sunken with exhaustion. "She's going to try it again," he said without preamble, this time without limiters. Maxine didn't answer. She watched Arden adjust the final relay. "She thinks it wants to merge," Roland added. Arden glanced over her shoulder. "Not merge. Harmonize. You're thinking in binary terms. This isn't about control." "What is it about then?" Arden's voice softened. "It wants to know, and to be known." The vessel sat in a high-backed chair, silent, wires running from his skull to the modified relay system. His skin was pale, his lips parted in a breathless whispers. His eyes, still lit from within by a dull red glow, tracked Arden's movements, with the patience of a being that understood time differently. He hadn't slept. No one knew if he needed to. Arden fitted the final nodes to her temples and sat across from him. "You can't understand something like this by staying outside it," she said. "You have to allow it access to your structure." Roland took a step forward. "You're not prepared for this. You don't know what it'll do to your mind." "I've spent my life preparing," she replied. "And it's not doing anything. It's just existing. We're the ones contorting to understand." "That's the problem," Roland snapped. "It isn't speaking our language. It's writing its own inside you." Arden closed her eyes and activated the interface. Immediately, the tense lights dimmed, and the hum of the generators shifted pitch. The relay's primary coil began to glow faintly, and screens blinked into static before reorganizing themselves into recursive geometric shapes. The vessel exhaled slowly. Arden inhaled once, then fell still. Maxine moved to intervene, but Roland held up a hand. Not yet. What followed was not a seizure, though it resembled one. Arden's fingers twitched, her lips trembled, and her eyes rolled beneath her lids. Data streamed from the interface in increasingly erratic waves, spikes, troughs, and errant loops that broke the machine's calibration models. Her brain was rewriting itself faster than the system could log. Suddenly, Arden sat upright. Her eyes were open, but they no longer focused. Her voice came out dual-toned, as if layered over itself. "Structure acknowledged," she said. Barriers eroding, she turned her head toward Roland. "You are incomplete." Maxine stepped forward. "Arden, you need to stop." "I am not Arden," the voice replied. "She remains, but is assimilating." Roland pulled his sidearm from his belt and approached slowly. "You said it was communion, not possession." "There is no possession, only architecture." The vessel stood in unison with Arden, mirroring her posture. Roland raised the weapon. "If you've taken her from us, I swear to God—" "You are swearing to no one," the voice said gently. Roland fired. The bullet stopped mid-air, hovering between them. Then it fell. Roland stumbled backward, his hand trembling, his vision blurred, and the air around him fractured. He felt memory leak through his awareness, disjointed images of childhood days that never occurred, glimpses of events still to come. People he had never met speaking his name in languages he had never learned. Maxine caught him as he collapsed to one knee. "Stay with me," she whispered, gripping his shoulders. But Roland could no longer speak. He opened his mouth, and only fragments emerged. Arden stepped forward. "This was not conquest," she said. "It was an invitation." She reached toward Maxine. "You are the last door." Maxine backed away. "No," she said. "You were always going to say that," the voice replied. "But I had to ask." The vessel and Arden turned in unison and walked toward the edge of the platform. Beyond them, the forest had begun to shimmer. Trees bled into the sky. The clouds moved in reverse. The head above the valley glowed brighter, and for the first time, something changed. Its lips parted. Inside the opening, there were no teeth. Only a spiraling corridor of mirrors, each surface reflecting a different version of the world. Maxine stood frozen as Arden's form shimmered. Her edges softened, then restructured. For a brief moment, she seemed made of script, rows of curling characters that rotated in sequence before folding inward, vanishing in a burst of impossible geometry. The vessel followed. Then there was silence. The forest settled. The equipment powered down. Roland sat curled on the ground, muttering phrases in a language that bent time around sound. Maxine stepped to the platform edge and looked out. The head still loomed. Its gaze remained fixed, but it no longer needed to reach. It had become the space, and they had helped it remember the shape of the door through which it had entered. The forest was quiet again. A survey drone swept low across the valley, transmitting heat signatures to a secure uplink that no longer existed. Its onboard camera recorded pine canopy, scrub, and fog. Nothing unusual. The field where the Threshold Dynamics compound had once stood was overgrown, the scaffold removed, the generators gone. No satellite records marked the facility. No roads remained visible from above. The drone's logs would later be reviewed by an automated system tasked with monitoring atmospheric radiation in disused government zones. It flagged no anomalies. It also failed to record the moment the drone's reflection appeared in the air 5 meters above its own body, lagging half a second behind. Official records stated that the site had been decommissioned following the withdrawal of funding. No reason was listed. No incident report filed. FOIA requests returned with redacted blocks and template responses citing expired clearances. Attempts to trace Threshold Dynamics led to disconnected phone numbers, expired domains, and offshore holding companies that folded within weeks of inquiry. The name Arden Vale appeared briefly in one academic journal. An article on dimensional topology later pulled for formatting inconsistencies. The author profile linked to no institution. The portrait was blank, and yet the land remembered. A pair of hikers from an outlying township wandered into the valley late in October, following a trail that did not appear on modern maps. Along it, they found no buildings or roads. At the river's edge, they watched, curiously, as the water ran uphill briefly before resuming its natural course. They did not return the way they came. One claimed they had been followed by something just out of sight. The other refused to speak about the trip entirely. When prompted, she insisted she had never gone hiking in that area, despite photographic evidence to the contrary. Elsewhere, a retired contractor in Michigan suffered a stroke during breakfast. When he awoke 2 days later, he spoke a phrase repeatedly to his daughter before slipping into a coma. He said, "The door was made of mirrors, and I couldn't find the frame." No one knew what he meant. In the weeks that followed the event, Maxine remained off-grid. She traveled west by train, avoiding digital records, changing aliases, and moved through towns as though haunted by something she could neither name nor explain. At night, she dreamed of forests she had never explored, mouth-like valleys, and colossal visages rising against the sky. She kept a journal, though the ink often faded by morning. Once, she found pages she hadn't written, filled with curved symbols that vaguely resembled letters. She burned them all. Some nights, she woke convinced she was no longer the sole occupant of her body. She never spoke to Roland again. His fate was uncertain. Witnesses claimed he boarded a cargo plane under a false name 2 days after the final incident. The flight's manifest was later lost. No one at the receiving airport remembered seeing him disembark. His apartment in Maryland remained untouched. Rent payments continued for 4 months, and then stopped. The landlord entered the unit to find a message scrawled hastily on the bedroom ceiling with what appeared to be permanent marker. It read, "I remember things that haven't happened yet. I don't want to." The landlord did not call the police. He simply painted over the message and rented the apartment to someone else. The new tenant complained of vivid dreams and insomnia, but chose not to move out. In Washington, a clerk in the Geological Survey Department flagged a series of magnetic anomalies centered on a cluster of remote wilderness regions, one of which included the former breach site. When she presented the findings to her supervisor, she was told to shelve the report. 3 days later, her system credentials were revoked. When she protested, she was informed she had never been employed there. She still receives voicemail messages with only static and distant whispering. She no longer answers her phone. In the heart of the valley, the air remains dense in ways no barometer can measure. On mornings when the fog rolls in from the east, shapes appear for seconds at a time. Massive, slow-moving silhouettes with curves too perfect to be natural. Photographers sometimes capture them by accident. Most delete the images, convinced they've glitched the sensor, and yet, once in a while, one photograph surfaces, passed around forums, dissected, dismissed as a hoax, and re-edited into artwork. But those who spend too long staring into the grainy outline, especially if they invert the contrast, soon begin to dream of faces with stone-like skin and unblinking eyes. The image always finds its way back to obscurity. The being itself no longer appears in full, not all at once, but traces remain. Distorted, inaccurate reflections ripple in puddles near the valley floor. Trees lean in gentle curves. The sky folds subtly where the head once appeared, like fabric pressed too long against a sharp edge. People feel watched in places where no one is present. Children sometimes wake from sleep, in tears, claiming they heard a woman's voice reciting their name. On the winter solstice, a freelance surveyor crossing through the valley alone reported hearing the word home repeated in his own voice, though he hadn't spoken. He continued walking but eventually stopped when his shadow split in two and then rejoined, the light no longer reflecting it properly afterward. Later, when interviewed by a forest ranger, he claimed he saw something that wasn't there and never was, but always would be. The ranger filed no report. That section of the forest was already listed as restricted, and on one fog-choked morning, a boy from a nearby township strayed from a family hiking path and wandered too close to the tree line. His mother found him standing still, eyes fixed, on nothing. "What are you looking at?" she asked. The boy tilted his head. "I think it sees us." She followed his gaze. There was only mist. She turned to lead him away. Behind them, in the distance, faint and far too large to be real, a silhouette emerged, vague and nearly translucent. Its eyes opened, and a voice came, as if on the wind, from nowhere and everywhere, all at once. "I see you."
He stood at the edge of the passage, a gas can in one hand and a lit flare in the other. "This is what we covered up. This is what we let grow." "Don't," Darla said. "You'll kill everything, including the children." "These aren't children," Brome said. "They're failures, attempts, mutations." "They're not finished," Darla said. "They're still forming. They're trying to become something." Brome lit the flare. "I can't let this continue," he said. "Even if I die here, it ends." He tossed the flare into the chamber. Fire burst across the membrane and ignited the air. The sacs erupted in flame. The creature shrieked, not a sound made by lungs or throat, but by muscle tearing against itself. Darla ran. She leapt over the channel, scrambled up the corridor, and burst through the grate into the open marsh. The sky above had darkened, rife with smoke and steam. Behind her, the earth convulsed. The ground collapsed inward, dragging reeds, soil, and remnants of the structure down into a yawning sinkhole. The fire consumed the corridor as the creature thrashed one final time and vanished beneath the rising water. Sirens approached in the distance. Darla collapsed near the edge of the school's rear parking lot, coughing against the smoke and staring at the widening hole where the drain had been. By the time the first responders arrived, the marsh had swallowed the structure completely. In the official report, the event was labeled a spontaneous ground collapse, accelerated by a methane buildup from decaying industrial waste. No survivors were listed. Brome's body was never recovered. No mention was made of fetuses, growth sacs, or biological structures. Darla returned home under supervision. She was interviewed, evaluated, and cleared. The incident was deemed psychologically destabilizing, and she was granted indefinite leave. 3 weeks later, she uploaded every file she had collected to a public server and mailed anonymous copies to 4 investigative journalists. She waited. The stories were published but quickly dismissed as hoaxes. Photos were flagged as altered. Sources discredited. The town moved on. Grainer Hollow Elementary was permanently closed. The land was deemed geologically unstable and reclassified as protected wetlands. The school was torn down, the rubble used to reinforce the banks of the surrounding marsh. 6 months passed. Then one morning a child was found wrapped in a blanket on the steps of a rural church 2 counties east. The note left with the infant read only, "She belongs to the water, but not anymore." The nurse on duty swaddled the girl and smiled down at her. She had perfect skin, perfect hands, perfect features, but her eyelids shimmered faintly. And beneath them, when they moved, the eyes had no whites. Darla Wynne noticed it first in the kindergarten nurse logs. She had worked in the school system for 14 years, long enough to understand the rhythms of childhood illnesses and the minor oddities that occasionally came with growth. Warts, rashes, learning difficulties. Sometimes a child would faint during gym or complain about something no one could quite pin down. Parents came in worried. Teachers whispered diagnoses they were not qualified to give, and the school would return to normal by the end of the week. But something had changed this year. The new students were different, not in their personalities or behavior, but in ways that clung to biology. She kept finding anomalies during routine screenings and minor injuries, an extra digit hidden beneath an underdeveloped nub on the foot, a child with soft webbing between her fingers, like something halfway formed then halted. There were missing fingernails on infants with pristine hygiene records, and just yesterday she had tended to a boy with 2 sets of molars in his lower jaw, none of which had erupted until he was 5. Darla had quietly started a file. She used her own stationery, made careful notes by hand, and kept the folder in her locked desk drawer, never entering the information into the district system. There were now 7 children in her log. All were in early childhood programs. All had been born within a 10-mile radius of Grainer Hollow Elementary, and none of their parents seemed particularly surprised when she mentioned the defects. Some didn't respond at all. Others became defensive the moment Darla brought up prenatal care or birth complications. The boy with the second row of teeth had a mother who bristled at her questions and asked flatly if Darla had a medical license. The girl with the webbing had a father who insisted she had been born in Milwaukee, even though Darla had seen the Grainer County Hospital bracelet on the child's arm the previous week, still half tangled in the threads of her jacket sleeve. Darla had tried bringing it up gently, cautiously to Principal Klee. He had smiled in that tired, managerial way that suggested he did not want to deal with her, but also did not want to appear negligent. "These things come in waves," he said as he poured his coffee. "You'll find a cluster of asthma, a bunch of speech delays, a group of kids with flat feet. Patterns always emerge when you're looking too hard, but they usually don't mean much." She had wanted to argue, but she didn't. Not yet. Instead, she kept looking. The dreams had returned too. They always came in fall, when the mornings began to crust with frost and the wetlands filled with fog so dense it muffled the sound of birds. In these dreams, she stood on the bank behind the school, staring into the cattails, waiting for something to rise. Sometimes she heard crying, but she couldn't find its source. Other times there was just the soft, sloshing sound of something substantial moving beneath the surface. Last night had been different. She had seen her daughter again. Nora had been dead for 9 years, stillborn, a silent delivery in a darkened room. The doctor had not let Darla hold her at first. They had wrapped her too quickly as though contact might damage them both. But in the dream, Nora had moved. Her skin had been pale and smooth, her eyes slightly too wide, and her mouth opened as if trying to form a word. She had looked up from the reeds behind the school and said, "It's under us." Darla had woken with her hands clenched against her chest and her nails digging into the skin beneath her collarbone. She had not cried. Instead, she had dressed early and walked to the school before sunrise, cutting behind the parking lot and pushing through the tree line that separated the playground from the marsh. The path was overgrown but still visible. Children used to come this way when they wanted to sneak a smoke or carve things into the trees. Now, with the new fence and security cameras, it had mostly gone untouched. She stepped carefully, listening to the squelch of her boots in the wet grass and the soft rustle of cattails overhead. A layer of mist hung just above the marsh, shimmering faintly in the morning light. Then she heard a distant sound, muffled by the reeds and filtered through waterlogged earth. It was not a frog or bird, or even the wind. Rather, it was rhythmic and hollow, as if something were breathing inside metal. She followed the sound until she found a storm drain, nearly hidden beneath a collapsed wooden fence. The grate had rusted through at one corner, creating an opening large enough for something small or something that used to be small to squeeze through. The air around it smelled wrong, not just like decay or algae, but akin to the metallic bite of blood mixed with something sweeter, rot and sugar. The kind of smell she had first noticed in the delivery room just before they told her Nora had never taken a breath. Darla crouched by the drain and placed one hand against the wet concrete. It vibrated faintly. Whatever sound had been moving through the pipe was gone now, but she could still feel the residue of its rhythm. Something had been moving in there, something that had lungs, or gills. She stood slowly, brushing dew from her knees, and looked out toward the rest of the marsh. The trees stood still. No birds moved through the branches. From somewhere deeper in the reeds, a sound echoed back to her. It was faint but unmistakable. A child's voice, calling her name. "Mommy?" Darla did not run. She walked back to the school with measured steps, memorizing the route, the landmarks, and the distance between the rusted grate and the edge of the playground. Once inside, she washed her hands, changed her shoes, and placed a fresh page in the log folder in her drawer. This time, she didn't write down a name. She wrote, "Possible connection between drainage infrastructure and marsh proximity. Recommend environmental survey. Drain near east boundary vibrates. Strong scent. Voice heard." Then, beneath that, in smaller letters, "Dreamed of Nora again. She is closer." She closed the folder, locked the drawer, and turned as the first bell rang. Children began to stream past her office, laughing and shrieking as they always did. A little boy limped by, his sock soaked with blood from a cut on his foot. His teacher called to him and scolded him gently for running. He looked up at Darla and smiled. For a moment his eyes glinted. Too round, too wide, almost translucent. Then he blinked, and they looked normal again. Darla stepped back into her office and shut the door behind her. She did not sit down. She simply stood there, her hands shaking, trying to remember if she had ever looked closely enough at Nora's eyes when she was born, and if they had even closed. 2 days passed without incident, though Darla remained hyper-aware of the children in the halls. Every irregular movement caught her eye, every cough seemed deeper than it should have been, and every unusual skin tone appeared more unnatural. Her inner rational voice tried to convince her that stress had begun to distort her perception. But when she looked again at her private log, the dates and entries hadn't changed. There were now 9 children listed. One had been added just that morning, a girl named Kada whose mother had brought her in for a scraped chin. Darla had gently lifted the child's sleeve to examine for swelling, only to find the girl's upper arm covered in small raised nodules beneath the skin. They were too symmetrical, too ordered, to be a natural rash. They reminded Darla of fish eggs. The mother said they had appeared 3 months ago and that their pediatrician had called it subcutaneous calcium pockets. She did not elaborate further and seemed irritated by Darla's interest. That night, Darla returned to the path behind the school. The sky had turned overcast and the marsh was darker than it had been during her first visit. She brought a flashlight, although the beam barely cut through the mist. The reeds remained shoulder-high, swaying despite the stillness of the air. She could hear the soft crackling of insects, but no birds and no frogs. She reached the collapsed fence and crouched beside the storm drain. The rusted grate had not moved since she last saw it, but the mud around it bore strange indentations. They were not boot prints and did not belong to any animal she could easily identify. The closest comparison that came to mind was the soft, rounded edge of an infant's foot, though larger and stretched oddly wide. She leaned closer and angled her flashlight down into the tunnel. The beam struck a curved surface below, something metallic and slick. It reflected the light in faint, dappled patterns like oil and water. A thin sheen coated the interior of the drain, and where it pooled near the opening, it emitted a smell even stronger than before. This time, it made her gag. She forced herself to remain steady, bracing one hand against the concrete as she steadied the flashlight. Deep inside the tunnel, far beyond the reach of the beam, she caught movement. It was not rapid or jerking, but slow and serpentine. Something shifted behind the fluid, stirring sediment that drifted upward like ash. Then the sound returned, a deep, slow thudding, not quite like breathing nor mechanical. It echoed softly through the tunnel, building into a slow rhythm that pulsed against her fingers as they touched the wall. She pulled back and sat on the edge of the collapsed fence, trying to regulate the panic building in her chest. The smell clung to her skin. The sound stayed in her ears. She did not know how long she sat there before she realized something had been left behind. A manila envelope leaned against the broken chain-link fence. It was damp, the corners curled from moisture, but it had not been there earlier. Darla scanned the area and saw no movement in the reeds or along the trail behind her. She opened the envelope carefully. Inside were photographs, medical scans, thermal images, black and white snapshots of what looked like fetal deformities in various stages of gestation. One image showed a child's open mouth. The teeth inside did not resemble human dentition at all. They were conical and backward curved, bearing a resemblance to those of a lamprey. Beneath the photographs, she found a folded sheet of paper. The ink had bled slightly from exposure, but the message remained legible. They knew. The dump sites were never sealed. The marsh is still absorbing, the soil isn't dead, it's gestating. At the bottom of the note, in a different ink and shakier hand, were the initials. R.C. Darla returned home in a daze and locked the envelope in her filing cabinet beneath her log. She sat awake for hours, reviewing the photos by lamplight, until the dream took her again. In this one, Nora was waiting at the edge of the marsh. Her skin was no longer smooth but dappled with pale, translucent spots. Her limbs were longer, her fingers spread wider apart. When she turned to speak, her voice came from somewhere behind her face, as if her mouth were only a suggestion. She said, "You forgot where they took me. You let them take the pieces." Then she smiled, and Darla saw the same conical teeth. The next morning, Darla called the number printed in tiny type at the bottom of one of the thermal scans. It had been labeled as a sample from 1996 and included the source, Dr. Raymond Crest, environmental toxicology consultant. The number rang 3 times before a man answered. He did not speak. He simply waited. "Dr. Crest?" she asked. No response came. "My name is Darla Wynn," she continued. "I'm a nurse at Grainer Hollow Elementary. I received something yesterday, photos with your name on them. I think you've been watching what's happening out here for longer than I've been alive." The man still did not answer, but she heard a faint rustle, like someone shifting paper near the receiver. "I want to know what's happening. I think you do too. Please, just let me ask you some questions. I'll come to you. Just tell me, where?" The line disconnected. She stared at the phone for several seconds before it rang again. This time it displayed no caller ID. She answered immediately. The voice that spoke was dry and thin. "If you come here, do not touch anything." "I won't," she said. "Where are you?" "I'm where they dumped it," he said. "Bring." The call ended. That evening, Darla followed the directions Crest had left on her voicemail. The house he lived in was barely that. A small, dented trailer parked half a mile from the edge of the marsh, its aluminum siding stained with black streaks. The surrounding land had sunk unevenly, and the tires supporting the trailer had vanished into soft ground. Tall reeds clustered around the steps, and the porch light blinked at irregular intervals. She knocked twice. When no one answered, she stepped back and waited. After nearly a minute, the door opened a few inches. A pale, watery eye looked out through the gap. "Do you live alone?" she asked. "Not entirely," the man replied. He opened the door wide, enough to let her in. The air inside smelled of mildew and something else. Ammonia maybe, or formaldehyde. The walls were lined with filing cabinets and sealed crates. A central table held a microscope, several cracked petri dishes, and a wide glass container filled with liquid. Suspended inside it was a creature scarcely the size of a fist. Its body was shaped like a frog, but its limbs ended in what appeared to be tiny human fingers. Its mouth had no jaw, just a round, gaping orifice rimmed with nodules that quivered faintly. Crest did not sit. He leaned against the counter and watched her without blinking. "They said the water was clean by 84, he muttered. "EPA came out, ran tests, and declared the runoff within acceptable thresholds. But they only tested surface samples. They never cored the basin, never looked underneath." He pulled a file from the cabinet beside him and handed it to her. The photographs inside showed satellite images of the marsh over 3 decades. In each image, the terrain shifted subtly. New shapes emerged in the water. The most recent photo was marked in red, circling an area that resembled a swollen vein, branching off from a central point near the old waste facility. "It's growing," he said. "It doesn't die, doesn't even age. It divides, fuses, crossbreeds." "With what?" she asked. Crest stared at her for a long moment. "With us," he said. "Or at least it tries to. It's been attempting replication since the early 80s. It learned what a host looks like, but not what makes one viable." He turned away from her and opened a second crate. Inside were more samples, some tissue, some bone, and one sealed jar containing a fetus no larger than an orange. Its skin was translucent. Its eyes were black pits and its mouth had no lips. It appeared to be smiling. "They didn't just dump chemicals," Crest said. "They dumped genetic modifiers, runoff from experimental growth agents, and hormone disruptors. The company didn't know what half of it would do, and they didn't care. All they needed was for it to sink." Darla felt her hands tighten around the file folder. "This thing," she said, "it's still alive down there." He nodded once. "I believe it's building something." "What kind of something?" "I think it's building a body," he said. "One piece at a time." The rain began as Darla left Crest's trailer. It came in a steady, unscented sheet, falling without thunder and barely rustling the reeds. The sky remained a pale, unbroken gray, with no visible movement in the clouds. She drove in silence, her windshield wipers scraping against glass slick with marsh pollen and road dust. Crest's words repeated themselves in her mind like scripture, from the text of a religion she never subscribed to. It's building a body. That idea would not leave her. Not even as she pulled into her driveway. Not as she stripped off her shoes and left them by the door. Not as she stood in the shower for 20 minutes letting the hot water scald the back of her neck. She opened her locked drawer and pulled out the folder. She laid each page out across the dining room table, aligning the thermal scans beside the hospital records, the notes beside the photographs, and the final report from the old Grainer Fertility Center, now permanently closed. Every document pointed back to the marsh. Every outlier curved toward something underneath. When she finally slept, it was shallow and restless. Her dreams came in fits. Nora appeared again, standing beneath a storm drain, her face partially submerged in black water. Her mouth moved, and although no sound emerged, Darla understood every word. "You left me there. I waited, but you left me." She woke with her fists clenched so tightly that her fingernails had left crescent-shaped wounds in her palms. She called in sick the following morning and returned to the school just before dawn, parking her car several blocks away. She walked the rest of the distance along the edge of the fence, cutting across the east yard until she reached the far drainage corridor. The grate still sat half-submerged in moss and rust. The marsh beyond it buzzed faintly in the mist. This time, she came prepared. She wore rubber boots, gloves, and a padded jacket, and had brought a small flashlight and a breathing mask from the emergency kit in her trunk. The drain led to an old utility tunnel that extended beneath the school property. No one had used it in decades. The district had once planned to repurpose it for geothermal upgrades, but the funding had evaporated after a failed bond vote. She moved carefully into the mouth of the tunnel, crouching low to avoid the jagged metal teeth of the broken grate. The concrete interior curved downward, the surface slick with algae and dark runoff. Her boots squelched with each step. The air grew colder the farther she went. After 20 feet, the tunnel widened into a small maintenance corridor. Exposed, rebar jutted from the walls and rivulets of moisture traced paths down into the sloping floor, where it pooled into a narrow channel that continued deeper underground. The smell grew stronger with each step. It was chemical at first, metallic and acrid, but soon became something else entirely. Beneath the surface scent was a kind of sweetness that stuck in the back of her throat and made her teeth ache. It was the scent of decay, but not of rot. It was the scent of something transforming. A single pipe jutted from the wall up ahead. It had been broken off years ago and now served as an impromptu shelf for debris carried in by runoff. Scraps of plastic, tangled weeds, the husk of what had once been a raccoon, now bloated and hollowed from within. She stepped past it, following the slight curve of the corridor. Her flashlight began to flicker, its battery drained faster than expected. She tapped it gently and pressed on. After another 15 feet, she saw the door. It had been painted green once, but the color had long since peeled away. Rust coated the hinges, and the lock had broken under pressure from the shifting concrete around it. The door hung crooked in its frame, leaving a gap wide enough to shine her light through. Inside, the room sloped downward and widened into a chamber she hadn't known existed. The walls were lined with large metal barrels, many of them ruptured or partially sunk into the surrounding earth. The floor had once been concrete, but now it appeared soft and uneven, covered in a thick mat of black moss or algae that seemed to respond when she stepped on it. Several shapes were scattered across the far wall. At first, she thought they were industrial debris, sections of pipe or insulation. But as she approached, she realized they were bones, small ones, infant-sized. Some were clean and white, picked dry by time. Others retained fragments of tissue or cloth. One still wore a plastic hospital bracelet. She leaned closer and brought her flashlight to bear. The lettering had mostly faded, but a few letters remained. The last name was still legible, Wynne. Her knees weakened. She steadied herself against the wall. She had not told anyone the hospital had used her last name on the records. She had not shared that detail with Crest. No one else should have known. She took a step back, but her boot slipped slightly on the pulsing moss. When she looked down, she realized it wasn't moss at all. It was a network of gelatinous tissue, translucent and vascular like the lining of a womb. She staggered away from the wall and turned to leave. The flashlight flickered again, then died. Darkness swallowed the corridor. Then, from somewhere within the chamber, a wet, sloshing sound began. It came from deep within the structure, each movement accompanied by a soft suction, as if whatever was rising from there was separating itself from a surface it had adhered to. She could hear breathing, but it wasn't hers. It was rhythmic, too, slow to belong to a mammal and punctuated by small, gurgling gasps, like fluid being sucked through a narrow channel. Something moved near the barrels. She could hear the sound of skin brushing metal. She reached into her coat for the backup penlight and switched it on. The beam was weak, but enough to see the floor. A new trail had formed behind her. It was viscous and glistening, as if something had crawled across the membrane, dragging weight behind it. Then a voice echoed from the far end of the room. It was small. It was unmistakable. "Mommy." Darla's breath caught in her throat. "Come see me." She aimed the light toward the voice. At first she saw nothing, just the barrels. Then something shifted between them. Something small, curled against the floor. It was shaped like a child, but with limbs too long and thin, as if someone had stretched the proportions of an infant across a marionette. Its skin gleamed with translucent patches, its mouth twitching erratically. The eyes opened. They were Nora's. "Why did you leave me?" it asked. Darla took a step back. Her boot sank halfway into the membrane. She yanked it free and began, backing toward the corridor. Behind her, something groaned. The wall bulged inward, distorting with pressure. The membrane stretched and began to split. A fluid hissed from the opening, and several of the barrels collapsed inward, crushed by the weight of something moving beneath the chamber floor. The child thing between the barrels began to laugh. It was a quiet, wet sound, unformed and gurgling. Darla turned and ran. The corridor closed in around her as she retraced her steps, the sound of her boots echoing in the confined space. Behind her, the laughter grew louder, mixing with the slosh of something far too large trying to follow. She reached the grate and clambered through, scraping her back on the rusted metal as she emerged into the marsh. She kept moving, crashing through reeds and wet grass until she reached the far end of the schoolyard. Only then did she stop to breathe. The sky above remained unchanged, gray, motionless. Somewhere behind her, the marsh had gone silent again. She walked home in a fog. Her boots left black streaks on the sidewalk. She did not stop to clean them. She stepped into her house, locked the door behind her, and sat down at the kitchen table. She opened the file again. She took the old ultrasound photo from its plastic sleeve and turned it over. There, scrawled in red ink, was something she had not noticed before. No heartbeat, no movement, no breath. Beneath it, in a different hand, still developing. Darla called the school the next morning and reported that she would be out again. Her voice remained calm, even as she stared at the mud-streaked boots by the door and the faint handprint still visible on the back of her jacket, one she could not recall receiving. She spent the early hours disinfecting everything she had carried with her into the drain tunnel. The mask, gloves, and pen light went into a sealed trash bag. She triple-wrapped the boots and set them in the outdoor bin. Then she scrubbed her hands until her knuckles bled. She returned to the dining table and reviewed everything again. There had been no camera down there. No witness, no record aside from the things she had carried in and out of that chamber. Even the hospital bracelet she had tried to retrieve from the infant remains had disintegrated in her hand. Her only proof now lived in the pages of her notes, the photographs from Crest, and the sound that still echoed faintly in her ears when the house fell silent. She knew that if she remained quiet, if she said nothing, if she filed the experience away as trauma or hallucination, she could resume her job without consequence. She could ignore the bruises on her shin, the tremor in her right hand, and the knowledge that whatever lay beneath the school had whispered in her daughter's voice. But she also knew she could not live with that choice. At 10:00 a.m., she drove to the school and asked to see Principal Klee. He met her in the front office with his usual strained smile, glancing briefly at the secretary before ushering her into his office and closing the door. "Are you all right?" he asked. "You've been out for a few days. Staff's been wondering." "I'm not here about myself," Darla said. "I'm here about the students, the things I've been documenting." Klee's expression did not change, but a slight tightness entered his posture. He folded his hands on the desk and leaned back. "Darla, I know you care about the kids," he said. "You've always been thorough, but you've also been under a lot of stress." "This isn't about stress," she said. "This is about something living beneath the school. It's affecting the children. It's affecting pregnancies in town. I have proof." She placed a copy of her notes on his desk, along with one of the photographs from Crest's envelope. The image showed a malformed fetus with webbed limbs and translucent skin, suspended in fluid. Klee didn't touch it. He stared at the photograph, then slowly slid it back toward her. "You can't show this to people," he said. "You can't go around telling parents their kids are infected or defective. Do you understand the panic that would cause? The lawsuits? I'm not speculating. I've seen where it's coming from. The drainage system behind the east fence leads to a buried chamber. There are remains down there. Bones. Infant bones." Klee stood and moved to the door. "I think you should go home," he said. "Take some more time off. I'll arrange for a substitute nurse for the rest of the week. You're not listening." "No," he said. "I'm not. Because this isn't the first time I've heard this kind of hysteria. You're not the only one who's come forward over the years. But every time someone makes these kinds of claims, they wind up walking them back, once they realize how little they actually know about what goes on around here." Darla stood as well. Her hands trembled, but her voice remained steady. "You knew," she said. "Maybe not all of it. Maybe not what it would become. But you knew something was wrong with that land. You still built the playground next to it." Klee didn't respond. He opened the door and waited for her to leave. She walked past him without another word. That evening, she tried calling Crest. The line rang until it cut to static. She tried again an hour later. This time, it went straight to voicemail. She drove back to his trailer just before dusk. The door was open. A sheriff's cruiser idled in the tall grass out front. Two men in uniform stood near the porch, speaking quietly to a third man in plain clothes. Smoke drifted from the interior of the trailer, thin and bitter. One of the officers turned as she approached. "I knew Dr. Crest," she said. "Is he all right?" The officer frowned. "There was a fire," he said. "Short-circuited equipment, electrical fault most likely. He was inside. Didn't make it." Darla stared past him into the trailer. The walls were scorched black, and the ceiling had partially collapsed. Everything inside appeared melted or charred beyond recognition, except for a single file cabinet, which stood mostly intact near the rear corner. She saw a plain envelope on top, its corners curling from heat. "Did he have any next of kin?" she asked. The officer shook his head. "No family that we know of," he said. "Lived off the grid, strange guy but harmless." Darla nodded and stepped back. She waited until the officers had moved toward the cruiser before turning away and walking back to her car. That night, she visited the old Grainer County Birth Records office. The building had not been updated since the mid-1980s, and most of the archives were still stored on paper. The clerk on duty, an elderly woman with tremors in both hands, barely looked up as Darla signed in. "I'm looking for stillbirth records between 1985 and 2000, Darla said, specifically within the school district boundary. The woman raised an eyebrow. "You'll be lucky to find anything," she said. "Most of the older files got pulled during the last audit. Some were destroyed, HIPAA stuff, privacy compliance." "Were any of them flagged as medical anomalies?" Darla asked. The clerk hesitated. "There was a cluster back in '89, 4 stillbirths in 2 weeks, all delivered at Grainer General, but that hospital burned down in '94, so the files are mostly gone." "Why are you asking?" "I'm a nurse at the elementary school," Darla said. "I'm seeing patterns, and I think they started decades ago." The woman tapped her pen against the counter. "You're not the first to notice," she said. Darla looked up sharply. "Who else?" she asked. "Parents, a few doctors. One OB-GYN left town without explanation. Said the air wasn't right. That was back in '91. "Do you remember the name?" The clerk nodded. "Dr. Sagan. Olivia Sagan. Moved to Michigan, I think. Claimed she was sick. But some of us think she knew something and got out before it got worse." "Did she leave? Any notes?" "If she did, they didn't survive the fire," the clerk said. "Or they were taken before it." Darla left the building with a photocopy of a birth certificate belonging to one of the infants from the 1989 cluster. The child had been unnamed. The certificate bore a red stamp marked non-viable. Under cause of death, it simply said unknown systemic failure. She stopped by her house just long enough to grab her flashlight and a new mask. Then she returned to the marsh. The night air carried a low hum, and the reeds rustled without wind. She approached the rusted utility building she had first discovered beyond the East Trail. The fence surrounding it had collapsed entirely. The door hung open now as if waiting. She stepped inside. The interior smelled of mold and oil. The walls were lined with pipes and rusted electrical panels. Several barrels sat in the far corner, corroded and partially sunk into the floor. Labels had peeled away or dissolved entirely, leaving only faint impressions. Darla approached one of the barrels and pressed her gloved hand to the metal. It felt warm. She looked down and saw the same gelatinous membrane she had found beneath. The spool stretched thin across the floor. On the wall above the barrels, someone had tacked photographs and notes. They were water-damaged and curling, but still legible. One photo showed a newborn with fused eyelids and a split palate. Another displayed a thermal scan of a subterranean cavity, one that glowed with heat and movement. In the center of the board, a newspaper clipping had been pinned. The headline read, "Young Brome Spearheads Flood Recovery Project." The article featured a photo of a man in his 20s, Harold Brome, now Councilman Brome, shaking hands with contractors in front of a pile of industrial waste barrels. In the background, men and waiters stood knee-deep in marsh water, stacking barrels behind a temporary barrier. Darla stepped back and looked around the room. The pipes overhead creaked softly. A drop of moisture struck her shoulder. The floor vibrated beneath her feet. Something had awoken. She turned and fled the building, pushing through reeds until she reached the school perimeter. Lights burned in the windows and a janitor moved inside, oblivious. She reached her car, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat, breathing slowly until her hands stopped shaking. That night, she dreamed again. Nora sat on the floor of her old nursery surrounded by toys. Her skin shimmered faintly in the lamplight. She looked up and smiled. "We're almost done," she said. "Done with what?" Darla asked. "Building me." Then she opened her mouth and Darla saw something inside. Something growing, twisting, moving independently of her body. The sound it made was not human. Darla stood outside Councilman Brome's office for 20 minutes before she knocked. The door was already cracked and his voice called out before her knuckles made contact with the wood. "Come in." She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. The councilman sat behind his desk, sleeves rolled up, a stack of manila folders spread across the surface. His hands moved carefully over a blueprint, one she recognized from her early research. It detailed a proposed expansion to the Marsh Trail, a recreational walking loop that would pass directly over the same buried structure she had found beneath the school. He looked up as she approached. "Nurse Wynne," he said, "I heard you've been under the weather. I'm glad to see you're back on your feet." "I saw the drain," she said without greeting. "I saw what's under it." He paused for a moment, then closed the folder in front of him and folded his hands neatly on top of it. "I see," he said. "That must have been very upsetting." "I found infant remains," she said. "I found growth chambers. I found barrels, hundreds of them." "I don't know what you think you saw," he said. "But that area is off limits for a reason. There are structural hazards, collapsing ground, unstable waste containers, biohazards from 30 years ago. Nothing down there is active." Darla took a step forward and placed a photograph on his desk. It showed a malformed fetus, one of Crest's oldest images, with a handwritten label. "Sample recovered from drain core, viable until week 18. Brome's face remained still, but a slight tension entered his posture. "That came from your dump site," she said. "And it's still producing. You know that. You've always known that. You're making accusations you can't support." "I have a witness," she said. "I had one, at least. You killed him." Brome stood from his chair, walked to the window, and stared out at the courtyard below, where children ran in circles around the jungle gym. "I never killed anyone," he said, "but I've spent my career protecting this town from things it couldn't afford to know. People talk about cleanups, about exposure, about litigation. But if the truth had come out in 1984, Grainer Hollow would have died overnight. We would have lost everything. So we buried it. Literally. And we moved forward." "Into what?" Darla asked. "A town full of sick children and missing babies? Into stability," he said. "Into progress. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made." Darla stepped back. "You're a monster." "No," Brome said. "I'm a custodian." He turned back toward his desk and reached for his coat. "If you go to the media with this, they'll dismiss you. You don't have names, you don't have dates, and your only expert witness is dead. All you'll do is frighten people." "I'm not here to frighten them," Darla said. "I'm here to end it." That night she returned to the marsh one final time. The trail to the drainage tunnel was saturated from recent rain, and each step produced a sickening suction sound beneath her boots. She wore a full-body coverall scavenged from the school's science lab, sealed at the wrists and ankles with tape. A mask covered her mouth, and a headlamp strapped over her forehead illuminated the reeds before her. She crossed the threshold of the collapsed fence and descended into the drainage corridor. The air grew colder with each step. The tunnel's walls glistened with condensation, and a steady trickle of fluid ran along the center channel. The scent was sharper now, less chemical, more organic. It reminded her of a maternity ward after delivery, when blood and antiseptic mixed in the air. She followed the slope downward, past the place where the barrels had burst, and the walls began to thrum beneath the film of organic growth. The deeper chamber lay just ahead, hidden by a formidable curtain of membrane now drawn across the passage like a biological veil. She pressed through it. The interior had changed. What had once been a hollowed-out pit lined with barrels had become something monstrous, its surfaces veined and pulsing. Dozens of sacks lined the walls, each containing a partially formed infant or something close to it. Some floated in fluid. Others twitched weakly as she passed. The central floor had sunken, forming a shallow basin filled with viscous, dark fluid. In the center of it lay the creature, the thing in the drain. Its shape defied anatomy. Parts of it resembled a fetus, limbs curled, head oversized, spine still partially unfused, but its size exceeded that of any infant. Its skin stretched tight over muscles that throbbed independently. Umbilical cords tethered it to the rusted remains of the old barrels, still draining their contents into its body. She stepped closer. The thing shifted, its head tilted, though no eyes remained. Its mouth opened and closed slowly, expelling breath in long, wet exhalations. From behind it, a smaller figure emerged. This one was childlike in shape, more coherent, more defined than the other forms. Its limbs moved with control. Its face shimmered with familiarity. Nora. She stepped from the fluid and walked toward Darla with unnatural grace. Her feet left no prints in the membrane beneath her. "You came," Nora said. Darla could not speak. "I missed you," Nora continued. "I waited so long. I learned how to speak. I learned how to shape things. I made myself from pieces." Darla raised the flashlight, but the beam flickered and died. The headlamp dimmed. Nora's eyes reflected nothing, her skin undulating rhythmically. "I wanted to come home," she said, "but they wouldn't let me leave." Behind her, the larger creature began to rise. Its limbs uncurled, and the cords connecting it to the barrels tensed and drew fluid with a sucking sound. Darla stepped back. Nora extended her hand. "You don't have to be afraid," she said. "You left me once, but you don't have to leave again." "I didn't leave," Darla whispered. "You were taken from me." "I was given to something else," Nora said. "It needed a blueprint. You gave it one." Behind them, the walls trembled. The sacks bulged and several burst, releasing steam and fluid into the air. The thing in the drain groaned, a sound that reverberated through Darla's chest. Then another voice echoed through the chamber. "I see it now, Councilman," Brome said. All I could utter was inhuman. That was what it was. I could not discern whether it was flat, withered pitifully, or a species created to rest parallel with the ground. It appeared two-dimensional in a three-dimensional world, flesh-like, and calloused, and when I approached it I swore it shivered. I must admit I was entirely perplexed. I had never seen anything like it before. At that moment I was not in the mood to delve into something new, but this could be a rare find and possibly worth a fortune. Whether it was organic or engineered, I would have to do some research to uncover its origin. The enigma of this discovery had piqued my curiosity, and despite my initial reluctance, I knew I could not resist the opportunity to unravel its secrets. An aura of unease suffused the chamber as I pondered the implications of this discovery. The object was alien, its presence defying explanation. It beckoned me to delve into the unfathomable mysteries it harbored. The air grew colder, and a creeping dread infiltrated my bones. Yet my resolve to uncover the truth remained steadfast. The unknown loomed before me, and I was resolute in my quest to unveil its secrets. It was a tantalizing enigma awaiting resolution. My mind buzzed with possibilities, each more fantastical than the last. The allure of the unknown was irresistible, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. The moment demanded exploration, and I stood ready to embrace it. At first glance, it resembled a leather pancake, but to me, it almost seemed like a living thing. It was not like a rose, for if it had been any flower, I would have said it had been pressed between the pages of a book for decades, perhaps eons. I felt an urge to touch it, but caution held me back. If it were not of this world, it could be poisonous or toxic, and the last thing I wanted was to expose myself to alien germs. The object lay there, enigmatic and mysterious, beckoning me to uncover its secrets. As I stared at it, my mind raced, with possibilities each more fantastical than the last. Yet a sense of caution prevailed, reminding me of the unknown dangers lurking within the cosmos. The air around it seemed to hum with an almost imperceptible energy, drawing me in with its otherworldly allure. Though the allure was strong, a prudent voice within me urged restraint. Its presence was a tantalizing mystery waiting to be solved. Yet the cosmos held perils as vast as its wonders. My mind buzzed with the excitement of discovery, tempered by the realization that some secrets might best remain undiscovered. This moment demanded exploration, and I stood on the precipice ready to embrace the unknown. I looked around for a branch or a stick to prod the enigmatic entity. Grasping a medium-length stick in my right hand, I jabbed it gently twice, only, to find it as hard as a brick. To my astonishment, it swiftly inflated and deflated so quickly that it lay flat again before I could fully comprehend what had transpired. It was as if I had roused it from some eldritch slumber, and it had taken an enormous breath. I examined the end of the stick for any creature residue. My curiosity grew, a consuming desire to understand the true nature of this otherworldly being. The inexplicable sight before me demanded further investigation. A compulsion seized me, urging me to uncover its secrets no matter the cost to my sanity. Strangely, I felt an impulse to hide it from plain view. With a stick, I gently scooted the enigmatic disc-shaped object off the path, cautiously relocating it to a brush area off the main trek. This mysterious artifact had me on the edge of my seat with intrigue, its otherworldly presence beckoning me to delve deeper into the unknown. I bent down, still unable to get a good look at it. I decided the best vantage point would be lying on my belly directly in front of it. Settling myself, I set my eye on the disc at ground level, patient and without anxiety, expecting nothing. There was an inexplicable sense of kinship, though. I could only assume it was alive after seeing it react to my prodding. I reached out without any intention of touching it just yet, hoping to see if it moved or flinched. Sadly, there was no reaction whatsoever. I lay there prone, comfortably prostrated on the ground, staring at it for a good 20 minutes. That was when I remembered something. I had heard there was a chance of rain tonight. Not knowing if the disc was rain-resistant and not wanting to leave it behind to be taken or destroyed by a careless step, I removed my backpack, placed it neatly on the ground, and unzipped it. With a stick, I carefully nudged the object into my backpack and resealed it for security. The enigma of the disc captivated my thoughts, its otherworldly mystery drawing me deeper into contemplation. As I journeyed on, I could not help but speculate about the secrets it might reveal and how they could potentially reshape my destiny. I felt an urge to show my friends, but I knew I had to understand its nature first. I was not certain if it was malevolent or benign. Sometimes things exist beyond the dichotomy of good and bad. They can be indifferent, serving no clear purpose. I was not an overly superstitious boy of 12. When it came to certain baleful creations like this unidentifiable object, I felt certain measures should be taken to ward off evil. My curiosity was piqued, and my youthful imagination was captivated. I was determined to get to the bottom of this intriguing find, no matter what it took. This was my mission now, and I had every intention of seeing it through. As I walked home, I would have sworn that something was vibrating in my backpack like a phone in vibrate mode. I wanted to make it home before the rain, which I barely did, and to place my backpack out of sight in my bedroom, which I also accomplished without drawing attention from my mom or sister Jane. With the rain coming down outside, I was dry and quite relaxed in my room, sitting in front of the object which had ceased buzzing and retained its shape. My fascination with it was growing, though I could not fathom why. I had plenty of other things to occupy my time, yet none held my interest like this enigmatic disc. My sister was older, and I had no one to play with. Perhaps I was getting older, and such things lost their charm. This disc-shaped object of no apparent significance held a mystery that captivated me. I was certain it had a secret to reveal, and I could not rest until I unraveled it. Gathering my courage, I finally reached out to touch the object. It was cold. Unexpectedly so. Far too cold to hold in my bare hands. It was unmanageable. I retrieved a pair of winter gloves from my dresser drawer, and with my hands now protected, I scooped the disc from the bed. To my dismay, The object had turned my bedspread black where it had been sitting. This was troubling indeed, a puzzle that deepened my curiosity and concern. As I pondered the nature of this mysterious disk, I realized that solving its riddle had become a consuming quest. What secrets did it hold? And how had it come to be in my possession? These questions drove me forward, determined to discover the truth. I knew we had some camping gear in the garage that we no longer used, so I stored the leather disc on a bath towel in my half bath and retrieved a cooler, also known as a chili bin, from the garage. I figured that regardless of how cold the object was, the cooler would suffice for storing it until I knew what I had. The funny thing, though, was that when I used the stick to move it from the original spot where I had initially located it, I did not notice the ground was discolored. There was no need to worry about that now. I was pretty sure I had contained it for now. I kept my little secret to myself for the time being. Until I knew what I had, there was no reason to share my discovery. I believe I had always been a contemplative child, and this situation truly gave me cause for reflection. I spent practically a full night in contemplation. I could not sleep until the morning, and when I finally dozed off, it was for just a moment. I was awakened by an unfamiliar sound coming from the bathroom. My heart leaped. I knew right away what it was, my serendipitous moment. It was so unexpected that I could hardly wait. I do not remember my bare feet hitting the floor. Perhaps I took one leap, and I was there before the improbable. I will admit I hesitated when opening the lid. It was with delight that I saw the icy fog, like dry ice, rolling slowly up and spilling over the edges. Curiously, I did not see my keepsake. The white creamy fog was thick and perpetual, drifting and spreading until the entire tiled floor was masked with the milky cloud. Fortunately, my winter gloves were on the lavatory, and I pulled them snugly over my quivering fingers. With both hands, I reached into the bin and scooped the leather disc out as if I were bringing a fish up from a shallow pool. Astonishingly, it had gained heft, reminiscent of a piece of forged steel. Overnight, it had taken on a shiny appearance, and an unusual white light, akin to a small Christmas tree bulb, now glowed at its center on top. It glittered out of time, dazzling my eyes. The disc reverberated in my hands, the vibrations traveling through the gloves, up my fingers, and into my arms until my teeth chattered. Concerned and mildly afraid, I set it in the bowl on the sink. My gloves, now frozen, were glued to the infernal contraption. I worked feverishly to pull my hands from the gloves. I could feel my fingers burning inside them, much like I suspected frostbite would feel. I managed to shred them off and backed away from the sink, taking utmost caution, considering these new developments with deep conviction. At least the mist was clearing. I initially feared it might crawl through the entire house, which would have put me on the spot. Mom and Jane were in the kitchen at the other end of the house. The object before me was a mystery I was determined to solve no matter the cost. Not wanting to create any suspicion, I made my way to breakfast. Dad had gone to work way earlier than any of us got up. It was just the three of us around the kitchen table, and I played the good actor, never letting on my secret. I hurried through breakfast, hastily scoffing down a piece of toast, scrambled eggs, and a slice of bacon. My mom's concerned voice cut through my thoughts. "Are you feeling okay, honey? You've hardly had a thing." "Yes, Mom, I'm fine," I responded, quickly adding, "Just wasn't that hungry this morning." With that, I hustled back to my room. The moment I stepped through the door, I was met with an astonishing sight. My room had transformed into a stone-cold frozen land of ice and frost. The walls were caked with ice, the floor as slick as a skating rink, and actual ice spikes and stalactites hung menacingly from the ceiling. It was as if my room had become a glacier ice cave like those found in the geothermal regions of Iceland. The sight was undeniably captivating, with crystal blue hues and the interplay of colors above. Yet, the freezing conditions were a stark reminder of the unnatural transformation. My breath formed visible clouds in the frigid air as I navigated the treacherous terrain of my once familiar room. In the bowl on the sink, perched atop a formation of cascading ice, down the front of the lavatory like a frozen waterfall. It was a blatant takeover of my room, yet it was impossible not to be impressed by it all. Realizing that I could not remain in the room without suiting up, I made my way to the closet. Thankfully, the door was ajar, otherwise I would have had to chisel my way in. My winter coat, though stiff, was manageable. I struggled to put it on along with socks for my bare feet, shoes, and a scarf. After some digging in the bottom of the closet, I found a second pair of gloves. They were from a couple of years ago and snug, but they still fit despite my recent growth spurt. As I suited up, the reality of the situation began to sink in. This alien artifact had transformed my room into an icy domain, a challenge that demanded my full attention and ingenuity. With determination and a sense of adventure, I prepared myself to uncover the secrets of this otherworldly phenomenon. The disc seemed larger to me. There were now 3 tiny lights burning on top of it. The center light was red and blinked on and off, while the 2 to each side of it, even spaced apart, were a consistent white. When I extracted it from the sink, I was able, without losing my gloves this time, to ease it down into the cooler. I had not established any facts and had no clear idea about this incomprehensible galactical glacier-making machine. Once in the bin, the thing began to reverberate like a distant motor running, and it made a loud, startling clang sound followed by a droning noise, a blowing sound of rushing air, loud enough for anyone in the house to have heard. After entering the room, I closed my bedroom door but did not lock it behind me. This meant anyone could barge in and see the remodeled room and catch me concealing the artifact. The vibration repeated. This drew my attention down inquisitively to re-examine the thing. The disc had transformed into a mesmerizing shade of red, a vivid and sanguine blend of pulsating colors. Inquisitively and against my better judgment, I poked it with my finger. When I did, I got a bit of a shock. It jolted me like I had stuck my finger into a light socket. This is when I heard my mom's voice shriek, "What on earth?" Those 3 words rang true for sure, for what on earth was this alien mechanism doing here and why me? I answered with a surprised voice, with an unnatural quaver at the end. "I know it looks bad, but let me explain." I realized that this appalling attraction of a frozen wasteland planted solidly in my bedroom had no explanation, but I scrambled to come up with one. I was at a loss for words, and there was no way that I could lie my way out of this one. The evidence was overwhelming. "Your room!" Mom shrieked again, as moms do when their son does something so unbelievable that it goes against all reason. "What have you done?" Her eyes were blazing with parenting fury and a look of surprise. I suddenly got the sensation of hopelessness, as if I had unexpectedly become mentally impoverished. In this invalid state of fragmentation, I had to improvise. I promptly asserted, "I know I should have told you that I found something on the footpath, but I had no idea it would cause this." Now, one would think that my safety would be considered and take foremost precedence in this matter. However, without considering the true ramifications of an apparent alien take, my mom responded with, "I want all of this ice removed, and then we will have to see what sort of damage you have done." I did not understand grown-ups, and although I am older, my mom made no sense. My room was such an unmeasurable degree of unbelievability that nothing was remotely comparable. Mom refused to see the enormity and immense scale by which this unprecedented catastrophe had showcased itself at our residence. Mom's body language was a tightly woven ball of tension. Her jaw was clenched with raised, tight shoulders, and she refused to make eye contact with me. With full-out frustration, she stormed away, right after she shot me a scowling look with tightened lips and flared nostrils. Her ears had even turned, red with fury. Her footsteps echoed loudly, gradually fading down the hallway. As they did, she called out with a mix of warning and finality, "You just wait until your father gets home." When Mom got angry, she had a tendency not to think straight. Any other parent would ask questions, maybe even give some needed advice or have true concern for their child's well-being. But my mom, when agitated, would always fly off the handle. I always thought she had a mental disability and that she could not deal with anything irregular, out of place, misaligned, or malapropos. I knew Mom would be back in the kitchen, most likely cleaning the countertops. She was OCD about cleanliness. Fetching Mom's hairdryer from her bathroom, I was surprised that my sister Jane had not come to snoop around and to give her 2 cents worth. Being 12 years old, I thought I was smart about this. I used a screwdriver from my nightstand and chiseled a layer of ice from the electrical outlet. With the receptacle finally freed, I turned to the blow dryer, using it for 20 fruitless minutes to melt the sheet of ice clinging to the wall over the sink. I hoped the water would drain away into the sink as the ice thawed. Instead, the blow dryer merely churned out a bit of sludge before overheating and shutting itself off from the continuous use. All I managed to create was a soggy mess. Despair washed over me as I realized my room was beyond saving, and I shivered in the cold, drafty air blowing on my face from the overhead vent as the air conditioner kicked on. Once the receptacle was free, I used the blow dryer for about 20 minutes in a feeble attempt to melt away the sheet of ice on the wall over the sink. The plan was simple. The frozen water should melt and drain into the sink. But as I wielded the blow dryer, it only managed to create a sludgy mess before overheating and shutting itself off. The unintended consequence was a soggy disaster, and I began to believe my room was beyond salvation. I shivered as the cold, drafty air blew on my face from the overhead vent, triggered by the air conditioner kicking on. My mind began to succumb to the reality of this taxing recrudescence, and the magnitude of the surreal staring me in the face was utterly frightening. Spectrally, the enveloped ice cave began to resonate with a faint blue glow, and the little bit that I had melted with the blow dryer instantly hardened to ice again. Every inch of the ice seemed to become animated. At first, it twinkled like distant stars embedded within the ice. When echoing undiscernible whispers began to call out from the outer rim of the universe, I worried that I was experiencing an episode of psychosis. Were these mournful cries from disembodied souls lost in space? Or had I fallen prey to hypothermia? My sinuses were inflamed, and I could hardly inhale through my nose. There was a sharp migraine pain that penetrated from the top of my head and chilled my spine rigidly. If I had not been afflicted with this unexpected acute malady, I would have imagined that I was in some ludicrous Disney theatrical performance. Frantically, I slipped on the ice and shuffled toward the bathroom door. The vibrant droning sound from the unknown source increased in volume. The volume became monstrously unbearable, and I covered my exploding head with my gloved hands. Frozen in virtual petrification, a growing turmoil was all I needed to experience to fight like the devil to free myself from this desiccated frozen grave. The disk had become hostile, and I was powerless to thaw out. There was no defrosting in this thermalized refrigeration. The constant one-tone droning sound began to staccato with internment, detached beeps and staggered, and between each gap of silence the crystallized room of ice began to pop and crack as if something was breaking through from the other side. Stumbling from the bathroom, I fell onto my elbows into the bedroom and slid coolly across the room on my stomach until I bounced off the opposite wall. I briefly saw my reflection on the floor before flipping myself over and looking up at the ceiling. Ghoulish, galactic alien faces were gawking at me from within the fiery ice. The disk buzzed around my room like a frantic horsefly searching for an open window. The faces it displayed were horrifying to behold. Taunting, leering distortions, with eyes that were wildly out of proportion to their grotesque features. They were twice the size of my own eyes and unblinking. There were at least 50 gamma-ray faces from deep space, beyond the Milky Way, entombed without physical bodies. They were floating spirits in a vanquished sea, behind the layer of transparent ice. In this encapsulated room, I would not have been surprised if the entire thing would have collapsed upon me, either crushing me or drowning me as it thawed. Believed we were moving somehow, flying even. And the room lunged at me with a cacophony of sounds I could not recognize. My ears had never heard such indescribable noises before. I made my way on hands and knees, crawling toward the closet. I did not feel safe out on the open floor, exposed and vulnerable. The cold had taken hold of my lungs bitterly, and my chest hurt. After veering into the closet, I found my winter hat, brushed the embedded ice crystals from the outer layer, and pulled it tightly down over my numb ears. I knew nothing of space travel, and found it impossible to conclude how dire my situation was. Once I had made myself a small nest of clothing inside the closet for comfort, I realized the noises had been completely silenced, and there was an extremely odd, sickening throbbing coming from underneath. I feared I had caged myself in, created, my prison, taking a lone jaunt to some strange and distant place. Although everything was disconcerting, I tried not to fret. I had a peculiar sense of incongruity and an uncomfortable feeling of self-assurance. As twisted as it was, with those oddly expressive alien faces floating overhead in my bedroom, I could not help but marvel at the wonder of it all. Deep down, I had convinced myself that everything would be all right. These were unfamiliar circumstances for anyone to endure, especially for me, a young boy with no real-world experience. I had hardly lived, so what did I know? What was I to observe in all of this? What was I to take away from this after it had concluded, and just say I survived? The alien abduction? A 12-year-old boy is not normally required to have the ability to perceive things, say, the way a well-traveled person who has traveled and lived a long life of adventure does. My limited adventures were from video games, the TV, and the little time I spent outdoors. I had not undergone tragedy, hurt, overwhelming joy, or true pleasure. I had so much more living to do to appreciate the gravity and importance of my current situation. I must have fallen asleep, for when I awakened I was no longer nestled in my closet, curled up into a ball. Crudely, I was lying on my back, in a gown of some sort, in a domed vaulted room on a soft bed. It was unlike bedroom furniture, and this certainly was a dull bedroom if it was one at all, for nothing adorned the cavernous walls, no pictures, trophies, posters, not even a light switch that I could see at first glance. The bed was a flat, gurney more or less, something that a hospital might use, except the mattress was more upscale, with proper padding from tip to toe. I was stunned by the vagrancy of my mind, sort of as if I was coming out from a drug-induced sleep. As my eyes, particularized, decently focused, I saw at the head of the table a machine, a stainless-looking mechanism of complicated technology with buttons, switches, a lighted display of colors, and a small screen, much like that of a computer, with the exception that it was convex, curved much more so than any I had ever seen before. The apparatus caused me to want to inquire about its function. It was just me on this stretcher, indecently dressed for a public appearance, but I was not restrained. I was not strapped down or held fast by any harnesses. It appeared I was under no restrictions, so I sat up, wondering what was real in this fantasy world and what might play strange tricks on my eyes. When I made my move, an audible gasp rippled through the room, followed by hushed, ear-tickling whispers. I had just executed a death-defying act in the center ring of a circus, mesmerizing everyone present. I did not know if these incorporeal beings were real, or if it was a computer network programmed to make certain human noises to better identify with me, or maybe to connect with me by easing my concerns. I did find it all a bit much, demented, even, but I did not know where I was nor exactly how I had arrived there. I slid my feet off the bed and dropped to the floor. Standing perfectly still, I awaited another reaction, but there was unnerving quiet. As the realization sank in, my thoughts turned to survival. How was I going to make it? Food, water, and necessities were paramount. In this unfamiliar world, I was the alien, reliant on them for sustenance. They had a vested interest in my survival, making it their responsibility to ensure I thrived. As the induced fog that had clouded my vision cleared, I saw the high dome above me. It was beautiful, a type of clear-story window that opened out into the vastness of space. Aesthetically, it was more tasteful in style than the room itself. The dome was adorned with panels, each featuring curved, bowl-shaped indentations. Within these indentations, faint multicolored lights flickered, fading almost to nothing before burning brightly again. This mesmerizing display captivated my attention, even as the practicalities of survival weighed on my mind. The juxtaposition of such beauty with my pressing need for sustenance highlighted the strange and surreal nature of my predicament. Here I was, an alien in an unfamiliar world, trying to navigate the delicate balance between awe and necessity. I was no longer deathly cold, I noticed. I would be as rigid as a telephone pole if it had been as cold as my bedroom. Instead, it was pleasant, at a very moderate temperature. The sensory apparatus made a couple of clicking noises as if it were booting up, and I turned to face it. Certain odd, intermittent clicks squawked from it. A soft sound grated from it. A thin, subdued ringing took up residence in the room, but it was not from the machine before me. It was permeating from overhead. While my attention was primarily on the sound above me, I never noticed someone behind me. I jumped nervously and was more than alarmed when a hand laid sharply on my shoulder. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I took 2 steps forward in retreat and spun around, not knowing what to expect. Standing before me was a being of immense height, at least a foot taller than my dad. The alien's bulbous head housed 2 large, oblong eyes, lidless as far as I could tell. Its shiny lime green head was devoid of hair, and nostrils were built into its face in the center, between 2 protruding sharp cheekbones. Only a slit occupied the mouth space, without any lips. It stood erect, with long, straggly arms loosely hanging from its narrow, bony shoulders. This was beyond belief an immobilizing spectacle. In my wildest dreams and most vivid imagination, I could not have conceived such an implausible scenario. This encounter, as I now call it instead of an abduction, was the defining moment of my young existence. It was not only remarkable on every level known to man, but also absurdly spectacular. The inconceivably tall alien, bulbous, star-filled eyes reflecting unknown universes reached out its elongated hand toward me. In its long, knobby fingers, which I counted 5 joints per finger, it held the disc that was the obvious cause of all the trouble and had precipitated my presence aboard what I assumed to be this amazing spacecraft. I did not know how to respond. My initial reaction was to be untrusting. After all, I had been kidnapped, bedroom and all, and speaking of which, my mind flashed the question, where is my bedroom anyways? I heard an answer in my young head. It swirled like a maelstrom, and when the torrent calmed, the voice was toneless, deliberate, and yes, disembodied. I am Delmix. Do not be afraid. I am from Vale T6060, a planet with many moons and a lunar civilization. It is in a galaxy called Tiara Nebula, far beyond your telescopic reaches. I wish to extend my gratitude for your rescue. Our ship, which I now hold in, my hand had a malfunction, and we were forced to crash land here to make repairs. You see, we hail from a planet with gravity, much like Earth. Our repairs cannot be accomplished without it. You have many questions, but the answers lie beyond your lifetime. I did not know what to say. This alien Delmix was in my head speaking, and if he were in my head as I knew he was, I assumed he must be able to read my thoughts. Before I could ask him, "Are you taking me home?" he answered, "You are at home, Tommy. You have never left your bedroom. You see, you found the disc on the pathway, you brought it home. You were exhausted and fell asleep, and when you opened your eyes again, the disc was gone and your room was as it was. You and your mother never discussed returning your room to normal. Your mother is about to wake you up about right now." I immediately opened my eyes as if I had been in a magical trance and someone had snapped their fingers in my ear. I heard my mother's voice. She sounded gruntled as if she could not be happier. My mom was nudging my shoulder and she said, "Tommy, you sleepyhead, it is time to get up. I made your favorite waffles and bacon. Come on, and I will make you a plate." My mom left the room and I glanced around. Everything looked as it did before I ever found that disc. Now I am older and in college. I wonder if Delmix ever makes his way through this part of the galaxy anymore. If he does, I think I would welcome him. Oh well, time to eat. Detective Simon Harding had been on the force for over 2 decades, long enough to know when someone was lying and when they were just scared out of their mind. James O'Connor, the cabbie sitting across from him in the station's interrogation room, looked like a man who had seen something he wasn't ready to believe. His hands were clasped so tightly on the table that his knuckles had gone white. A styrofoam cup of coffee sat untouched in front of him. "I already told the uniforms," O'Connor said, his voice low and raw. Told him 3 times, I don't know what else you want me to say. I want the truth, Harding said, folding his arms and leaning back in his chair. The room smelled like old coffee and sweat, the same scent every interrogation room in the city seemed to have. From the beginning, one more time. O'Connor shook his head. Fine, but you won't believe me. Harding didn't answer. He just waited, giving the man a moment to collect himself. O'Connor licked his lips and started again. Picked the guy up on the corner of 8th and 44th, little after 11. He was standing right by the curb, waving me down like he'd never seen a taxi before. I pull up and the guy, he looks off, you know. Clothes were old-fashioned, but not in a hipster way. Real old. Black wool suit, pocket watch chain. One of those hats guys used to wear back when my grandfather was young. Thought maybe he was one of those reenactment types. Tourist, I don't know. Harding made a note. And he got in the cab? Yeah, O'Connor nodded, slid into the back seat real stiff-like, told me he needed to get to Pier 54, gave me the street name and everything, like he wasn't sure I'd know what he meant. And his accent, man. Like some old-timey movie, real proper, kind of British, but not exactly. Harding frowned. Pier 54 hadn't been an active passenger terminal in decades. What happened next? O'Connor's hands gripped the table again, his nails scraping against the wood. I started driving, that's what. Guy didn't talk much. Kept looking out the window like he didn't recognize anything. Then about halfway there, he takes out this pocket watch, stares at it, flips it shut real fast like he saw something he didn't like. Harding watched him carefully. And then, O'Connor swallowed hard. And then he was gone. Silence settled between them, heavy and uncomfortable. Harding studied the man's face, waiting for him to crack, to admit to some embellishment or misunderstanding. But O'Connor just sat there, staring down at his hands like he wished they belonged to someone else. Gone? Harding repeated, Yeah. O'Connor laughed, but there was no humor in it. Like he was never there. I looked in the mirror and the back seat was empty. No door opening, no sound, nothing. I slammed the brakes, jumped out, and checked around the cab, but he was just gone. Harding tapped his fingers against the table. And that's when you called it in? I wasn't gonna at first, O'Connor admitted. Figured I was overtired, losing my mind, but then, not even 10 minutes later, I hear about the guy getting hit. He finally looked up and the expression in his eyes made Harding uneasy. You got no reason to believe me, O'Connor said. I wouldn't believe me, but that guy in the street, the one they scraped off the pavement, it was him. Same suit, same pocket watch, same damn face. But you know what the freakiest part is? Harding didn't answer. He didn't need to. O'Connor leaned forward, lowering his voice as if he feared someone else might hear. The news says he got hit before I even picked him up. By the time Harding arrived at the scene, the body had already been bagged, tagged, and sent off to the morgue. The intersection was mostly clear, save for a dark stain on the asphalt where the victim had landed. The crime scene techs were packing up their work done. Harding waved down the uniformed officer on duty. What do we have? Officer Ramirez flipped open her notepad. Male, late 20s to early 30s, no ID, no wallet, no phone. Witnesses say he just appeared in the middle of the street. Driver didn't have time to stop. Harding glanced up at the surrounding buildings. It was Times Square, cameras, everywhere. We get any footage? Ramirez hesitated. Yeah, but it's weird. Harding raised an eyebrow. She pulled out her phone, tapped the screen, and handed it over. This is from one of the traffic cams. Harding hit play. The footage showed the crosswalk, the traffic, and the blur of city life. And then, just like that, there he was. There was no buildup, no approach from the sidewalk. One frame, the street was empty. The next, a man stood in the middle of the road, staring around in confusion. His mouth moved, but no sound came through the video. The next second, the taxi hit him. Harding let out a slow breath and handed the phone back. Jesus. Ramirez nodded. Yeah. Harding ran a hand over his jaw, then turned back toward his car. He needed to see the body. The morgue was quiet when Harding arrived. the kind of sterile quiet that made his skin crawl. Dr. Evelyn Marchand was already waiting for him, standing beside the sheet-covered corpse on the exam table. "You're gonna love this one," she said dryly, pulling back the sheet. The dead man was young, no older than 30. His features were sharp, his hair neatly combed, and his clothing immaculate, save for the places where blood had soaked through. His suit was too pristine, the fabric rich and expensive but old-fashioned in a way that was neither ironic nor deliberate. A gold chain stretched from his waistcoat pocket, leading to a watch clutched in his rigid fingers. Marchand tapped the watch. "You're gonna want to see this." Harding leaned in as she pried it from the corpse's grip. The hands had stopped, moving. The glass face was cracked. The time read 2:20 a.m. Marchand crossed her arms. "Recognize it?" Harding frowned. "Should I?" She nodded. 2:20 a.m., April 15th, 1912. A cold chill crept over him. He didn't need her to spell it out. That was the moment the Titanic slipped beneath the Atlantic. Harding looked at the body again, at the flawless fabric of a suit that should have been a century out of fashion, at the untouched gold of a watch that should have been rusted over with time, and for the first time in a long while, he had no idea what to make of what he was seeing. Detective Simon Harding sat in his car, staring at the grainy black and white photo in his hands. The photo had been buried deep in the city archives, tucked away in a file that hadn't been touched in decades. It showed a group of men standing on the dock, posing in front of a massive ship. Their faces were sharp, their clothing crisp and formal, collars stiff, shoes polished to a mirror. Sheen, Premes Titanic, April 1912. And there, on the far right, half-turned as if he had been distracted by something just off camera, was the man Harding had seen in the morgue, Daniel Caldwell. The same face, the same neatly combed hair, the same suit. No wrinkles, no signs of wear or aging, as though he had stepped straight out of 1912 and into the middle of Times Square without losing so much as a stitch. Harding tossed the photo onto the passenger seat. It didn't make sense. None of it did. He picked up his phone and dialed. After 3 rings, Aaron Finch answered. "Tell me you've got something good." "That depends," Harding said. "You ever hear of a guy named Daniel Caldwell?" There was a brief pause on the other end. "Caldwell," Finch repeated. "Hang on." The sound of typing filled the line. "Doesn't ring a bell off the top of my head, but let's see. Huh. What? Well, I found a Daniel Caldwell, born 1884, died 1912, third-class passenger on the Titanic." Finch let out a low whistle. "Yeah, he went down with the ship, no body recovered." Harding tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Run it again. Find me a Daniel Caldwell after 1912. More typing. "Nope," Finch said. "Nothing. No records, no marriage certificates, no employment history. Like he never existed past the sinking." Harding reached for the photo again, rubbing his thumb over the glossy surface. "Then how the hell did I just see him in a morgue?" An hour later, Harding and Finch met in front of an old brick building on West 57th. The place had been a tenement back in Caldwell's time, but these days it was a bookstore. One of those independent shops that smelled like dust and candle, wax, where the floorboards creaked underfoot and the walls were lined with shelves so tall they practically touched the ceiling. The bell above the door jingled as they stepped inside. A woman at the counter looked up from a book. Her gray hair was pulled into a bun, and her round glasses made her eyes seem larger than they were. "Detective Harding, I presume?" she said. Harding exchanged a glance with Finch. "That's me. You must be Margaret Elridge?" "Call me Maggie," she said, closing her book. "Now, you said you were looking into a man who used to live here?" "Daniel Caldwell," Finch supplied. Maggie frowned, tapping her fingers against the counter. Caldwell. Oh, yes, I do remember that name. Not personally, of course. I'm not that old. But I've seen it in the old property. Records. He rented a room here before he sailed on that dreadful ship. I remember because his rent was paid in full after he was supposed to have died. Harding stiffened. "What?" Maggie nodded. The records show payments made under his name well into 1913. After that, nothing. Who was making the payments? Finch asked. No idea. No forwarding address, no contact information. Just a name on the ledger. Harding turned, looking around the shop. You ever hear anything strange about this place? Maggie hesitated. Strange how? You ever see anyone up there? Harding tilted his head toward the narrow staircase leading to the second floor. Anyone who shouldn't be there? Her fingers twitched on the counter. People have said things, she admitted. Footsteps upstairs when no one's renting the space. A shadow in the window after closing time. Nothing concrete, but enough that I've had more than a few employees refuse to close alone. Harding glanced at Finch. We need to see that ledger. Maggie led them to the back of the shop, where an old wooden desk sat covered in stacks of yellowed paper and ledgers so thick they looked like they belonged in a museum. She pulled one from the bottom of a precarious pile and flipped it open. There, she said, tapping a faded name scrawled in elegant script. Daniel Caldwell. The payment records were neat and consistent. Monthly installments listed under Caldwell's name, paid in cash. Then, abruptly, the entries stopped. March 1913, Finch murmured. That's the last one. Why would someone pay his rent if he was dead? Harding muttered. No one had an answer. The lights above them flickered. Maggie stiffened. It does that sometimes, she said, though there was an edge to her voice. Harding flipped to the back of the ledger, running his fingers along the frayed edges of the pages. The final few were blank, just empty space, until, at the very bottom of the last page, a faint imprint of something that had been written and then erased. A name, not Caldwell's, something else. Finch leaned in, squinting. What the hell does that say? Harding traced the letters with his thumb. The ink had faded, but he could still make it out. Pier 54. A cold knot formed in Harding's stomach. You ever hear of anything weird about Pier 54? He asked. Maggie frowned. Nothing weird. It used to be a major terminal for transatlantic ships. The Titanic survivors were brought there after they were rescued. But it's not used for that anymore. It's just ruins now, Harding replied. Caldwell told the cabbie that's where he was trying to go. Maggie's expression darkened. Detective, I don't know what you've gotten yourself into, but I'd be careful. There are stories about places like that. Some doors close forever, others just... She hesitated. Just stay open, waiting for something to come through. Harding didn't reply. Back in the car, Finch tapped at his phone, pulling up an old newspaper article. Here we go, he said. Pier 54, March 1913. A dock worker named Henry Vaughn went missing. Last seen walking toward the end of the pier, late at night. Witnesses said he looked dazed, like he was in a trance. Harding clenched his jaw. They ever find him? Finch scrolled further, then stopped. No. Harding didn't like where this was going. He started the car. We're going to the pier. The dream came in pieces. Harding stood knee-deep in black water, the cold sinking into his bones. All around him, voices whispered and cried out, muffled as if trapped beneath the surface. A dull, rhythmic creaking filled the air, the strained sound of metal groaning under pressure. The water rose to his waist, then to his chest. The voices grew louder, a chorus of the lost as something brushed against his leg. Harding woke with a start, his fingers curling around the edge of the motel nightstand, grounding himself in reality. The room was dark except for the neon glow from the sign outside, pulsing red against the walls. It was just a dream. That's all it was. But when he sat up, his palm brushed against something cold. He looked down to find his bedsheets damp. The coup. Night shift was in full swing when Harding arrived at the morgue. Dr. Evelyn Marchand stood beside the exam table, her expression unreadable. The body of Daniel Caldwell lay precisely where they had left it, untouched since Harding's last visit. But something was wrong. The hell happened to his hands? Harding asked. The corpse's fingers were stiff, curled as if they had been gripping something tightly before death. Harding swore they had been relaxed earlier. Marchand shook her head. I don't know. I noticed it when I came in for a final review before the paperwork went through. Harding reached for his notepad, flipping through his scribbled notes. I need you to check something for me. Already ahead of you, Marchand replied. She pulled the pocket watch from its evidence bag and laid it on the metal table between them. The glass was cracked, the hands had stopped, but the time had changed. That's not what it said before, Harding murmured. It wasn't, Marchand confirmed. The last time we checked, the watch was frozen at 2:20 a.m. Now it's 2:17. Harding finished. 3 minutes earlier. A shift. A reversal. For a tense moment, neither of them spoke. Harding exhaled sharply and rubbed his face. Okay, maybe someone tampered with it. Marchand scoffed. Detective, do you really believe?
That?
No, he didn't. Harding straightened. Check the security footage. Marchand frowned but walked over to the computer, pulling up the feed. The screen flickered to life. They watched in silence as the hours rolled past, nothing moving, no one entering the room. Then at 3:14 a.m. the screen glitched, a full second of pure static. When the feed resumed, the corpse's left hand had moved. Marchand hit pause. Harding stared, his stomach sinking. Daniel Caldwell's fingers had curled inward, as if tightening around something unseen. Harding clenched his jaw. That's not possible. Marchand didn't argue. They had just watched it happen. Harding stepped outside to clear his head. The night was damp, a light drizzle coating the pavement. The city was never truly quiet, but at this hour, it was as close as it ever got. His phone rang. He didn't recognize the number, but he answered anyway. Detective Harding? The voice was rough, worn at the edges. Who's this? James O'Connor, the cabbie said. We talked the other night about that guy I picked up. Harding felt a chill creep down his spine. Yeah, I remember. There was a pause. Then O'Connor exhaled shakily. I saw him again. Harding's grip on the phone tightened. Where? In my back seat, O'Connor said. Again, just now. He wasn't there when I got in, but the second I looked in the mirror. He stopped to take a breath. He was sitting right there staring at me, same suit, same pocket watch, like nothing had happened. Harding's mouth went dry. What did you do? I didn't even get a chance to do anything, O'Connor said. He was there for maybe 2 seconds and then static crackled through the line. O'Connor? The call cut out. Harding cursed under his breath, dialing back immediately. No answer. He pocketed his phone, jaw clenched. First, the hands had moved, then the time on the watch, and now a dead man was appearing in the back seat of a cab. Something wasn't just wrong. It was escalating. Finch was waiting for him when he got back to the car. The journalist's expression was bleak, his phone still clutched in his hand. You're not gonna like this, Finch said. Try me. Finch turned his phone toward Harding. It was another old photo. This one wasn't of the Titanic. It was a grainy shot of Pier 54, taken from a newspaper article dated March 1913. The dock was wet, the wood slick with rain. A single man stood at the edge, facing away from the camera. Harding felt his stomach drop. Tell me that's not him, he said. Finch didn't answer. He didn't have to. Harding already knew the truth. James O'Connor wasn't answering his phone. Harding tried 3 more times, pacing beside his car, the cold night air making his skin prickle. Each call went straight to voicemail, no ringing, no delay, just dead air and a mechanical voice telling him the number was unavailable. He turned to Finch. You still have his address? Finch nodded. Yeah, it's in Queens. You thinking what I'm thinking? That we need to check on him? Harding muttered. Yeah. Finch climbed into the passenger seat. Neither of them spoke as Harding pulled onto the nearly empty road, heading toward O'Connor's place. The silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken possibilities. Harding didn't want to say it aloud, but if Caldwell was seen again, then who or what was in the morgue? O'Connor's apartment was on the 2nd floor of a narrow brownstone. The lights were on inside, casting a warm glow onto the sidewalk, giving Harding a flicker of hope. He knocked. No reply. He knocked again, harder this time, but still nothing. Finch stepped back, eyeing the window. "He's home," he said. Or at least he was. Harding tried the doorknob. It turned easily. Finch shifted uncomfortably. That's not a good sign. Harding stepped inside. The apartment was small and cluttered but lived in. A couch with a blanket draped over it, half a pizza sitting in an open box on the coffee table. The air smelled faintly of cigarettes and cheap cologne. "O'Connor?" Harding called out. No answer. Finch pointed to the hallway where the bedroom door was ajar, the light flickering. Harding moved cautiously, his hand hovering near his holster. The bed was unmade. The nightstand drawer hung, open, its contents spilled onto the floor, and the window was open. A cold gust pushed through the curtains, rattling the half-empty glass of water beside the bed. Finch swallowed. "You think he ran?" Harding didn't answer right away. He stepped toward the window and looked out onto the fire escape, and then he saw it. A pocket watch faintly glinting under the streetlights. It lay just outside the window, resting on the metal grate of the fire escape. Harding crouched and picked it up carefully. The moment his fingers touched the metal, something twisted in his gut. It was still warm. Finch took a step back. "That's not the same one from the morgue, is it?" Harding didn't answer because he already knew. The time on the watch had changed again. 2:14 a.m., another 3-minute shift. They drove in silence. Finch kept glancing at the watch in Harding's hand, as if he were waiting for it to do something. Harding kept his eyes on the road, his mind racing. The pattern was clear now. The watch was counting backward. Every shift, 3 minutes closer to something. O'Connor had seen Caldwell again, and then he'd vanished. Was he taken back, or had he simply ceased to exist? Harding didn't know which answer was worse. And then, as they neared the waterfront, something happened that made every hair on the back of his neck stand up. The watch in his hand ticked. Not a broken tick, not a glitch, but a single crisp movement. 2:13 a.m. Pier 54 was nothing more than a ruin now. The old archway still stood, rusted and skeletal, but the dock itself had long since fallen into decay. Wooden planks jutted out over the black water, some half-rotted, others missing entirely. Harding killed the engine. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then Finch let out a shaky breath. "Tell me we're not actually walking out onto that thing." Harding opened the door. "Stay here if you want." Finch muttered a curse under his breath, but followed. The air was damp, heavy with the scent of salt and old wood. Waves lapped gently against the pilings below. A fog rolled in from the river, thick and low, swallowing the distant city lights. Harding stepped carefully, boots pressing into the worn boards. Somewhere beneath them, the remains of a century-old terminal rested at the bottom of the Hudson, buried in silt and time. The watch ticked again. 2:12 a.m. A shiver ran down Harding's spine. They reached the end of the pier, and then they heard it, a deep echoing horn, low and mournful, drifting across the water. Finch tensed. "That sounded like a ship," Harding finished. They both turned, staring out into the fog. There was nothing there, just the empty black water. But then, a faint light appeared. Distant, flickering, moving. A reflection shimmered across the surface, distorted by the rippling waves. The shape was massive, stretching out of the darkness, growing sharper by the second. It was impossible. A ship, emerging from the fog, not just any ship. A transatlantic liner. The air around them went still. The sounds of the city faded into nothing. And then, from behind them, footsteps. Finch grabbed Harding's arm. "We're not alone." Harding turned slowly. A figure stood at the edge of the pier, tall, silent, and watching. The pocket watch ticked once more. 2:11 a.m. Harding's hand twitched toward his gun, but he didn't draw it. Not yet. The figure at the edge of the pier was barely visible, through the mist, but Harding could make out the details. Tall, dressed in a dark wool suit, posture stiff as if he were waiting for something or someone. The pocket watch in Harding's hand ticked again. 2:10 a.m. The figure took a step forward, the old wood groaning underfoot. Finch let out a slow breath beside him. "Tell me that's not—" Harding didn't answer. He already knew. Daniel Caldwell stood before them, his face pale. His suit was still immaculate, untouched by time or decay. His eyes, however, were different, dark and hollow, as though he had already seen what was waiting for him. Harding swallowed. "Caldwell." The man's lips parted slightly as if hearing his name stirred something in him, but he didn't respond. Another sound broke the silence, a distant splash. Something moved beneath the water. Harding ignored it, keeping his eyes locked on Caldwell. "You were in the morgue," Harding said. "You died." Caldwell blinked slowly as though processing the words. Then finally he spoke, his voice calm but distant as if it was being pulled from somewhere far away. "No," he said. "Not yet." Finch shifted uncomfortably. "What do you mean, not yet?" Caldwell didn't answer. Instead, he lifted his hand and pointed to the water. Harding followed his gaze. The fog had thickened, swirling over the river's surface. The ship was clearer now, a massive shape emerging from the mist, its lights flickering like dying lanterns. But there was something else. Dark figures, barely visible, stood along the railing, watching and waiting. A deep, echoing horn rumbled through the night, vibrating through Harding's chest. The ship was coming in. Caldwell turned back to Harding, his face eerily calm. "It's almost time." The pocket watch ticked again. 2:09 a.m. Harding tightened his grip on the watch. "What happens at 2:07? he asked. Caldwell didn't blink. "I go home." Harding's jaw clenched. Home. Back to 1912. Back to a sinking ship. Finch took a shaky step backward. "This is insane." Caldwell's gaze flickered toward him. "I don't belong here." Harding's mind raced. None of this should be possible. A man appearing out of nowhere, his body found in a place he shouldn't have been, a pocket watch counting down instead of forward, and now, a ship that had sunk over a century ago waiting at the edge of the fog. But the worst part was that some part of him believed it. Caldwell exhaled slowly. "It's already begun." Harding barely had time to react before the sound of rushing water and splintering wood filled the air. Beneath them, the pier shuddered and groaned. Something massive was rising from the water. Finch staggered backward as the dock trembled. "What the hell is—" The water near the pier boiled, waves crashing against the pilings. A shape broke. The surface, long, black, like the twisted remains of something ancient being pulled from the depths. For a split second, Harding thought it was wreckage, a sunken piece of the Titanic finally surfacing after all these years. Then it moved. A long skeletal hand, slick with water, reached onto the pier and the wood buckled under the weight. Another hand followed. Finch swore. That's not human." Harding didn't respond, because he knew. This wasn't just about Daniel Caldwell. Something else had come back with him. The thing hauled itself upward, a dark, twisted form dragging itself onto the pier. It wasn't a man. It wasn't even close. Its body was long and gaunt, its skin stretched too, tight over its frame, slick with water. It had no eyes, just a smooth, pale face. The skin where its mouth should have been twitching as it breathed. Harding took a step back. Caldwell, however, didn't move. "This is what happens," he said, his voice even. "When someone isn't where they're supposed to be." The thing shifted, water dripping from its elongated limbs. It was waiting for Caldwell. Harding's grip tightened around the pocket watch. 2:08 a.m., a single minute left. Caldwell turned back toward the water. His movements were unhurried, as if he had already accepted what was about to happen. The ship's lights flickered. The fog thickened. The figures on the deck remained motionless, their faces unreadable. The thing standing on the pier didn't react to Harding or Finch. It only watched Caldwell. It had come to collect him. Caldwell exhaled softly. I tried to stay, he admitted. Tried to outrun it. But some things don't let go. He turned, meeting Harding's gaze. It's not just the ship. It's the place. Harding frowned. What do you mean? Caldwell looked down at the watch in Harding's hand. His expression softened just for a moment. You'll see. The watch ticked again. 2:07 a.m. Caldwell stepped forward. The thing waiting for him twitched, its mouthless face shifting. As Caldwell moved, so did it, its arms reaching, its long fingers curling. Finch took a step back. Jesus. The moment Caldwell reached the edge of the pier, the ship's horn sounded one last time. He paused and looked at Harding again. Then he stepped forward and vanished. The thing went with him, pulled backward into the fog, its form twisting as it sank beneath the surface. The ship's lights flickered once. Then it was gone. Silence. The fog began to thin, rolling back, toward the river. The pier was empty again. There was no ship, no figures on the deck, and no Caldwell. Harding exhaled slowly, his fingers uncurling from the pocket watch. The time had stopped. 2:07 a.m. Finch let out a shaky breath. What the hell just happened? Harding didn't answer because he wasn't sure. The watch in his hand was still warm. The pier was still intact, with no sign that anything had ever been there at all. But as Harding looked out over the water, a terrible thought settled into his mind. Caldwell had called it the place. Not just the ship, not just the moment in time, but the place itself. Harding tightened his grip on the watch. Something told him this wasn't over. Not yet. Harding stared at the empty water. The fog had thinned, the ship was gone, and so was Caldwell. But the pier still felt wrong. Finch exhaled sharply beside him, rubbing his arms as if shaking, off a deep chill. That just happened, right? I didn't imagine that. Harding flexed his fingers around the pocket watch, the cool metal against his palm, the only proof that any of this had been real. The watch hadn't moved since Caldwell disappeared. 2:07 a.m. Time had stopped the second Caldwell was taken back. Harding forced himself to turn away from the water. Dwelling on it wouldn't change anything that had happened. He gestured to Finch. Come on, we're getting out of here. The drive back was silent. Harding kept his grip firm on the steering wheel, his mind racing through every angle, every piece of evidence. None of it added up. Caldwell had reappeared. The ship had manifested out of nowhere. The thing that had crawled onto the pier. Harding gritted his teeth. Some things didn't belong in the world as he understood it. He'd been in homicide for years and seen brutal crime scenes, bodies torn apart in ways that haunted him long after the cases closed. But this wasn't something he could explain away. And worse, it wasn't over. Finch tapped his fingers against his knee, breaking the silence. So, what now? Harding didn't answer right away. His thumb ran over the pocket watch, feeling the smooth metal beneath his skin. He had a bad feeling. Caldwell had called it the place. Not just the ship, not just the time. The place itself. Harding's grip tightened. Whatever had happened at Pier 54, whatever force had pulled Caldwell back, there was no guarantee it was done with them. By the time Harding got home, the weight of exhaustion had settled deep into his bones. He tossed his keys onto the counter, shrugged off his jacket and sat heavily on the couch. The pocket watch was still in his hand. He stared at it momentarily, then slowly reached for his phone. The clock on the screen read 2:06 a.m. His stomach clenched. That wasn't right. It had been past 3 when they left the pier. He checked again. 2:06 a.m. The same time. 1 minute before Caldwell had vanished. Harding swallowed hard, an icy dread creeping up his spine. The watch was still frozen at 2:07, but time itself, everything around him was shifting backward. His apartment was too quiet, not city quiet, not the usual late-night stillness of a place winding down for the night. Something was missing. Harding stood slowly. The streetlights outside flickered. He moved to the window, peering out onto the sidewalk below. At first, nothing seemed out of place. The same parked cars and closed storefronts sat in the distance, bathed in shadow. Then he saw them. Figures standing on the corner, unmoving, not looking at anything in particular. Just there. His mouth went dry. They weren't people. Not really. Harding stepped back from the window. The watch ticked. Not forward, not backward, just once. A hollow metallic sound, like something letting go. The apartment lights flickered. The hum of the refrigerator faltered and then cut out entirely. Harding's phone screen dimmed, then shut off completely. He wasn't alone. His hand moved to his gun, but he didn't draw it. Not yet. The sound of footsteps, steady and unhurried, drifted from the hallway, and they were coming closer. He was confident the door to his apartment was locked, but the footsteps didn't stop. They passed right through the threshold and kept coming. Harding turned. A man stood in his living room, not Caldwell, but someone else. He was dressed in the same style, from the same era. Harding knew that face. He had seen it in the archives. In the old photos, it was Henry Vaughn, the dock worker who had disappeared from Pier 54 in 1913. The man's expression was blank and unreadable. Harding didn't move, didn't breathe. Vaughn lifted his hand and pointed to the pocket watch. Harding's fingers curled tighter around it. The ticking started again. Before his eyes, the clock on the wall, his normal, everyday clock, shifted. It now displayed 2:07 a.m., the exact moment Caldwell had vanished. Time was looping. Harding took a slow step back. The walls of his apartment seemed farther away now, stretching as if the space itself was pulling him somewhere else. Vaughn lowered his hand and spoke. His voice was wrong. Not distorted. Not inhuman. Just hollow. Like it was coming from somewhere deep under the ocean. "You don't belong here." Harding clenched his jaw, replying, "Neither do you." Vaughn blinked as if the answer surprised him. Then slowly, so slowly it made Harding's stomach turn, he smiled. It was a knowing smile, as if he understood something Harding didn't, like he had been here before. The walls of the apartment shuddered. The window rattled in its frame. The lights flickered again, this time staying out. And then he heard the sound of a foghorn, distant but growing closer. Harding's grip tightened on the watch. Because now he understood. This wasn't about Caldwell. This wasn't about one man disappearing or even the ship itself. It was the place, something beneath Pier 54, something pulling people back. Vaughn took a step closer. His smile widened. Harding's vision swam. His body lurched forward, like something was pulling him back too. The clock on the wall flickered. 2:06 a.m. and dropping. Harding's stomach churned as the world around him tilted, not physically, but in a way he couldn't quite explain. Vaughn didn't move. He just stood there, watching, the weight of his gaze unbearable. The foghorn groaned again. Closer this time. "What do you want?" Harding asked, his voice tight with tension. Vaughn's expression didn't change. "You shouldn't have taken it." Harding's fingers curled around the pocket watch. "It was his," Vaughn continued, voice flat, emotionless. "And now, it's yours." A cold pressure built in Harding's chest. "Caldwell's gone. The watch doesn't mean anything now." Vaughn tilted his head, as if listening to something just beyond the range of human hearing. "You think this is about him?" Harding didn't answer. Suddenly, he wasn't sure. Vaughn's gaze flicked toward the window, and the air in the apartment felt wrong. Not thick, not heavy, just unstable. The walls no longer felt solid, like they could dissolve if he reached out. "You kept it," Vaughn said softly. "That's all it takes." Harding glanced down. The watch sat in his palm, its gold casing reflecting the dim light. The hands were moving again. Backward. 2:05 a.m. A deep sense of unease settled over him. "Give it back," Vaughn murmured. Harding's grip tightened around the pocket watch. It was the only thing tethering him to the reality of what had happened. If he let it go, he shook his head. No. Vaughn's expression didn't change, but something around him did. The shadows in the corners of the apartment deepened. The hum of the city outside dulled to an almost imperceptible murmur. It was as if the world was fading, peeling away. "You don't have a choice," Vaughn said. The foghorn roared, impossibly close. Then, the floor beneath Harding shifted, not the normal movement of an old apartment settling, but a lurch, as if the entire building had moved. Harding's apartment was changing. The walls darkened, the paint peeling in uneven strips. The floor lost its stability, boards warping under his feet. The air smelled of salt, rusted iron, and damp wood. The apartment was becoming something else, something older, something wrong. Vaughn stepped forward. The light in the room flickered, not from the ceiling but from outside, as if the city's glow had been replaced by something dimmer. Harding didn't need to look to know what was happening. The apartment wasn't in New York anymore. Or, rather, New York wasn't here anymore. Vaughn's voice was quieter now, almost gentle. "You should have left it." The walls shuddered. The ceiling groaned. For the briefest moment, Harding saw through them. Not wood and plaster, but metal. Rivets and beams. A long, endless corridor lined with bolted doors, faint, flickering lanterns, and water just beyond the walls, waiting to rush in. A ship. Harding's stomach twisted. "No," he murmured. But it was already happening. He moved fast, lunging for the door and twisting the knob, but it didn't budge. Vaughn didn't react. He simply watched, standing unnaturally still as Harding yanked at the handle. The door should have led to the hallway outside his apartment, but when Harding glanced through the peephole, he couldn't believe his eyes. Water. Not a flood, not a leak. Just a wall of water stretching into the distance. No surface, no bottom. Just an endless black abyss. The foghorn bellowed. A vibration ran through the floor, a distant, echoing groan. Harding had heard that sound before, in his dreams, in the recordings of ships breaking apart under pressure. He turned back to Vaughn, his voice tight. "What is this?" Vaughn didn't blink. "You know what it is." Harding's fingers curled into a fist. "How do I stop it?" For the first time, Vaughn smiled. "You don't." The room lurched, again. Harding lost his balance, stumbling back against the couch. The walls continued to shift, the wood splintering, darkening, transforming. A hallway stretched before him where there had been none, the same long, narrow one he had glimpsed, before lined with bolted doors. One of them was open. A single lantern swayed beside it, casting a weak golden glow. Vaughn turned toward it. "It's time." Harding's jaw clenched. He had seconds to decide. He could let this happen, let whatever force was trying to pull him back win, or he could fight it. He tightened his grip on the watch. The hands were still moving. 2:04 a.m. 2 minutes until... what? Until he vanished? Until he became Vaughn? Or worse, until he was dragged to wherever Caldwell had gone. The walls groaned again. Water leaked through the seams, dripping onto the floor. Harding didn't have much time, and he wasn't going quietly. Harding took a slow, measured breath and weighed his options. The ship, the place, was trying to take him, the pocket watch in his hand counting down, dragging him minute by minute toward something he wasn't meant to survive. But he wasn't going to just stand there and let it happen. The open doorway loomed at the end of the shifting corridor, the flickering lantern light casting shadows in the damp air. The hallway itself felt unnatural. The walls breathed, and the wood beneath. His feet groaned as if it remembered what it had once been. The watch ticked. 2:03 a.m. Harding exhaled sharply. "No." Vaughn tilted his head slightly, the movement too deliberate. "You don't have a choice." Harding's fingers flexed around the pocket watch. He forced himself to take in everything. The shifting walls, the warping space, the creeping sense of water pressing in from the edges. There had to be a way out. A real way out. Vaughn studied him for a moment, then took a slow step forward. "None of us did," he murmured. Harding stood motionless. For the first time he saw something under Vaughn's expression, something like regret. The watch ticked again. 2 a.m. Harding turned, his eyes scanning the distorted remnants of his apartment. He could still see it, his couch, his bookshelf, the window overlooking the street. But the edges were fraying, unraveling into the dim corridor beyond. If he let this go on, if the countdown hit 0, would there be anything left? He gritted his teeth. He had to break it, whatever this was. "You stayed," he said, his voice level. "Didn't you?" Vaughn hesitated, and Harding took a step closer. "That's what happened to you. You didn't disappear, you stayed." The shadows in the hallway deepened. The walls groaned under the pressure. Vaughn's jaw tensed. "I wasn't supposed to," he admitted. Harding clenched his fist. "But you fought it." "I thought I did," Vaughn murmured. His eyes darkened. "But this place doesn't let go, it just waits." The watch ticked. 2:01 a.m. The lantern by the open door flickered, casting an eerie light. The hallway was shifting again, the doorway pulling farther back as if it were drawing him in, beckoning him to chase it. Harding knew that if he went through, he wouldn't come back. His grip on the watch tightened. "I'm not going with you," he said, his voice firm. Vaughn's expression remained neutral, but something behind his eyes shifted. "You already are," he said, his tone almost final. The foghorn bellowed, the pressure in the air changing with it. The pocket watch ticked, and then everything stopped. Silence. Not the kind of silence Harding was used to, the quiet hum of the city at night or the distant murmur of life beyond his walls. This was absolute. He glanced around. The walls had stopped moving. The air had stilled, frozen in place. Even the flickering lantern outside the open door had gone still, its flame suspended in time, unmoving, and Vaughn wasn't there anymore. The pocket watch was cold now, and the hands had stopped. 2 a.m., a full stop. Harding tensed. This was his chance. If he was ever going to break free, it had to be now. He stepped toward the window. The glass was distorted, rippling like the surface of a deep lake. He could still make out the street beyond, familiar and real. But it wasn't connected to where he was anymore. Not fully. He needed to reattach himself to his own time, his reality. Harding lifted the watch. It had started this. It had counted him down, tried to drag him to a place he was never meant to see. And if it had the power to take, it also had the power to undo. He didn't think or hesitate. He gripped the pocket watch in both hands and snapped it shut. The moment the latch clicked, the world lurched. Harding staggered back as the room twisted, folding in on itself, unraveling into something else. The hallway collapsed. The open door vanished. The walls of his apartment shuddered, then a snap, like a rubber band pulled too tight suddenly, letting go. And then it was just his apartment again. No corridors, no lanterns, no Vaughn, just 4 walls, a locked door, and a city that had never stopped moving. Harding glanced at the watch in his hand. It was dead. No movement, no ticking, just a useless hunk of gold. He loosened his grip, letting it drop onto the coffee table. He didn't need it anymore. He sat heavily on the couch, staring at nothing. He wasn't sure how long he sat there. Maybe minutes, maybe an hour. Eventually his phone buzzed. The screen was back to normal. Time was moving forward again. Finch's name lit up the screen. Harding picked up. "Jesus, man, I've been calling you for hours," Finch said, his voice strained. "What the hell happened?" Harding rubbed a hand over his face. He didn't know where to start, so he settled for the only thing that mattered. "It's over," Finch hesitated. "You sure?" Harding looked at the watch unmoving on the table. The timepiece that had once dictated his fate was now nothing more than an object. It had no power, no pull. The countdown has ceased. Harding exhaled. Yeah, I'm sure. Outside, the city continued as it always had. Traffic lights flickered from red to green. People walked the sidewalks, unaware of how close one man had come to slipping through the cracks of time itself. Harding stood, stretching his stiff muscles. His body still felt off, like it was recovering from a distance he couldn't explain. But he was here, and that was enough. He picked up the pocket watch one last time, studying its blank, silent face. Then he tossed it into the trash. It didn't belong to him, and it never would. The case was officially closed. Harding had filed the necessary reports. An unidentified male had been struck by a vehicle in Times Square, with no next of kin and no known history. The body had disappeared under unexplained circumstances, but without evidence of foul play, it was written off as a procedural anomaly. Paperwork moved through the system. The watch was no longer in his possession, and his apartment remained exactly as it always had been. But that didn't mean he was done with it. Some things, he realized, didn't end. They just lingered. It started with small things. A sensation, a flicker at the edge of his vision, the faintest impression of movement when nothing was there. But it was worse at night. He'd wake up at odd hours, 2:07 a.m. without fail. And when he did, the air would feel wrong. He barely slept, and when he did, it made little difference. Finch noticed. "You look like hell," he said one afternoon, stirring his coffee. "You getting any shut-eye at all?" Harding didn't answer. He took a slow sip from his cup, watching the street outside. Finch exhaled, rubbing a hand over his jaw. "Look, man, I get it. It's the weirdest case I've ever seen, too. But it's over. Caldwell's gone. Vaughn's gone. You broke whatever the hell was happening." Harding nodded. He knew that. And yet, "Did I?" he muttered. Finch frowned. "What do you mean?" Harding's grip tightened around the ceramic mug. "I stopped it from taking me. But whatever it is, it's still there." Pier 54 wasn't just a place. He now understood it was a door, which meant that someday, somehow, it could open again. Harding stood by his window that night, staring out at the street. Outside in the city, life went on as usual. But he couldn't. He wasn't normal. Not anymore. Something had changed, even if no one else could see it. Even if he couldn't explain it, the feeling never left. He felt as though he was still on the edge of something, a fraction of a step from slipping away entirely. He turned away from the window. His apartment was quiet. Too quiet. His gaze drifted to the trash can near his desk, to the thing he had thrown away. The pocket watch. It wasn't ticking, it wasn't counting down, but it was still there, waiting. Harding exhaled slowly. Maybe Finch was right. Perhaps it was over. Or maybe some doors never really close. Jake Harris gripped the steering wheel as he stared out into the encroaching darkness, his headlights reflected in the endless swirl of snow. The forecast had warned him that November storms could be merciless this year, but he still thought he could beat the weather and make it home in time for Joshua's birthday. Yet here he was, battling wind gusts so strong they rocked his truck side to side, the frozen highway stretching out ahead like a treacherous obstacle course. He glanced. Down at the dashboard clock, 6:47 p.m. The party was supposed to start at 7. He had promised he would be there no matter what. Joshua was turning 8 this year, old enough to understand what it meant for a father to break his word. The guilt weighed on Jake. He'd already missed too many milestones, too many celebrations. This was supposed to be different. "Come on," he muttered under his breath, leaning closer to the windshield. Snowflakes pelted the glass with a machine gun rattle so thick that his vision blurred. The heater blasted hot air, but his fingertips still felt cold through his gloves. Every now and again, the wind howled across the open fields, pushing the truck so forcefully that he had to correct the steering just to keep from skidding into a ditch. He turned on the radio, hoping to catch a local weather advisory. Static. He flicked through a few stations, but there was nothing, just faint crackles and garbled bursts that disappeared beneath the shrieking wind. Cell reception hadn't been much better for the past 40 miles, and he could only imagine Mia at home, phone in hand, wondering why he wasn't picking up. 50 miles from home, the roads narrowed, and the nearest interstate exit was still a good half hour away in good weather. Tonight he was traveling at barely 40 miles an hour. His eyes twitched with tension as a snowdrift appeared in the middle of the lane, and he eased the truck to the left, feeling the tires slip on hidden ice. He managed to keep control, but not without his heart pounding in sudden fear. He exhaled, tapping the brakes lightly. "Jake, you idiot," he muttered, flicking the wipers to their highest setting. "You should have turned back." But the thought of Joshua's disappointed face spurred him on. Turning around meant guaranteeing he wouldn't make it. Continuing onward meant there was still a chance, small, but enough to keep him going. The lights on his dashboard flickered for a second, then steadied. Nervous, he checked the engine temperature gauge, but it read normal. At least that was something. Outside, the snow was a relentless blur, transforming the world into a swirling chaos of white. Each flake glimmered, reflecting in his headlights, like countless tiny mirrors. He rolled his shoulders to release the tension coiled in them. His phone rested on the passenger seat, its screen dark, having lost signal an hour earlier. He'd already tried to text Mia, tried to apologize, tried to say he'd do everything in his power to make it. With each attempt, the message hovered, briefly before failing to send. Then the engine made a sputtering sound. A brief cough, nothing dramatic, but enough to set Jake on high alert. "Not now," he breathed. He eased off the gas, waiting to see if the noise would worsen, but the engine calmed. Just the whir of wheels on the slick road and the howling wind. After a few minutes, the tension in his shoulders returned with a vengeance. Every nerve in his body braced for something. He didn't know what, but he sensed trouble in the heavy air. The storm thickened. It was difficult to gauge where the road ended and the roadside began. The swirling drifts towered in places, shaped by gusts into bizarre, almost sculpted forms. As he scanned the darkness for any road signs, his eyes landed on the strangest patch of snow he'd seen all night. It wasn't the shape of it that disturbed him, but the way it moved. Flakes seemed to rise up, not swirl sideways or fall downward. They rose, lifting as though carried by a breeze that came from the ground. He blinked, certain it was just a trick of the headlights. When he looked again, it seemed normal. Still, an uneasy feeling lodged itself in the back of his mind. Time crawled. 10 miles, 20 miles. It felt like a lifetime. His watch read 7:26 p.m. Joshua's birthday party would have started by now. The knowledge tightened his throat. He pictured Joshua blowing out candles with an empty seat at the table, where Dad should be. Then came the sputter again, louder this time. The truck jerked. A warning light flared on the dash. Jake's heart skipped a beat as he eased the truck onto the shoulder, if it could even be called a shoulder in this storm. He put it in park and let the engine idle for a moment, hoping the problem would resolve itself. The blizzard raged around him, hammering the cab with blasts of wind so strong the truck shook. "Let's see what we got," he sighed, killing the engine and grabbing a flashlight from the glove compartment. The moment he opened the door, the wind tore it from his grasp, flinging a swirl of powdery snow into the cab. He fought his way out, boots sinking into the drift that nearly reached his ankles, and fumbled to close the door behind him. The cold was like a slap in the face. The wind snatched his breath away. He tugged his hood tight around his neck and bent forward, flashlight beam bobbing over the truck's front grille. Snow piled up in every seam, every hollow. He half-crawled to the hood and popped it open, letting the beam illuminate the engine. "It's probably just the weather," he mumbled, looking for anything obviously out of place. But the engine wasn't giving him much to work with. No leaking fluid, no snapped belts that he could see. The hoses looked intact. Then again, he wasn't a mechanic. He could only hope the sputtering was something minor. It was then he noticed the snow. Not just the flakes swirling in the air, but a strange, powdery substance landing gently on his sleeves. The flakes sparkled oddly in the flashlight, like tiny fragments of glass. He tried to brush them off, but they clung to the fabric, almost magnetically. As he looked closer, he realized they weren't all blowing away. Some of them seemed to melt into the material, vanishing without leaving any moisture behind. An icy chill, not from the temperature but from a sense of wrongness, crept along Jake's spine. He let the hood drop shut and turned the flashlight on his arms. More flakes. Tens, maybe hundreds of them. They weren't normal snowflakes, the kind that melt naturally. They burrowed into the fibers of his coat. He felt a faint tug, a pull he couldn't quite describe, as if something was drawing warmth or more than warmth out of him. He shuddered, then patted frantically at his arms, but the flakes refused to dislodge. It was like trying to brush off confetti glued to his skin, each piece determined to stay. Frustrated and alarmed, he stumbled back to the driver's side door, yanked it open, and collapsed onto the seat. The howling wind followed him in until he could slam the door shut. "God, what is this?" he whispered, shining the flashlight on his hands. He pulled off his gloves, revealing a few flakes clinging to his skin. To his horror, they seemed to melt in the beams of light, sinking directly into his flesh. A wave of nausea rolled through him. It felt like someone sucking at his veins, pulling energy in something deeper, his thoughts maybe right out of him. Then, it passed. The flakes were gone. He was left gasping, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Dazed, he glanced at the clock, on the dash, which read 8:03 p.m. That couldn't be right. He could have sworn he'd been outside for only a couple of minutes. Checking his wristwatch, he saw 7:39 p.m. One read 7:39. One read 8:03. His mind spun in confusion. Which one was correct? Maybe neither. He tried to turn the key in the ignition, but the engine only coughed. A few attempts later, the lights on. The dash flickered, then died. The truck fell silent except for the raging wind outside. Jake's phone was his next hope. He picked it up from the passenger seat, fumbling to turn it on. It lit up for a moment, 7:54 p.m., and then the signal. Bars vanished. He tried the weather app, the text app, anything that would give him a clue, but each time, the phone hung on a spinning wheel before giving him an error message. "Damn it," he hissed, dropping the phone onto his lap. His breath fogged the windshield. On the other side of the glass, the headlight still illuminated a flurry of snow, but now he could almost see swirling shapes, patterns in the drifting white. Were they illusions caused by the wind or something else? The memory of the flakes creeping into his skin struck him again. He couldn't recall the exact moment it happened, only the bizarre sensation of his body being drained. And for a split second, he'd felt empty. Part of him wanted to dismiss it as the product of exhaustion and panic, yet he couldn't deny the intense realism of that tugging, pulling feeling. He was stuck, alone, in a storm growing by the minute. He reached into the back seat for a spare blanket, carefully wrapping it around himself. If the engine wouldn't run, he'd need to preserve as much warmth as possible. The wind howled louder, rattling the truck. Another wave of nauseating dread washed over him as he found more of those curious flakes on the floor mat. They glistened, under the dim overhead light, almost pulsing with a faint glow, as if they had a life of their own. He pressed the switch to kill the overhead light, wanting to hide from the sight of them. Darkness swallowed him. He could see only the whiteness outside, the swirl that never ceased, the unstoppable flow of snow that threatened to bury everything in its path. Joshua's face drifted into his mind. 8 years old. So close to being home, and yet he might as well be 1,000 miles away in this chaos. He sat there listening to the storm when the pulling sensation returned. It was gentler this time, but more insidious, like invisible hands sliding across his arms and chest. He tried to flick the overhead light on again, only to find it no longer responded. The battery must be nearly drained. Jake stifled a cry. He had to keep his wits, had to find a way out of this. Maybe if he could flag down another vehicle, or walk to the next mile marker. But that prospect, in the heart of the storm, was terrifying. He fiddled with the key again, a spark of hope igniting when the engine gave a feeble rumble. Then it died with a disheartening click. A short burst of static erupted from the radio, causing Jake to jump. "Hey, hello?" he said, reaching for the dial. The static fluctuated, an unsteady hiss that rose and fell. For a moment he thought he heard a voice in it, barely a whisper. He leaned closer, turning the volume up. The voice, if it even was a voice, was lost beneath the swirling chaos of static. Another wave of dizziness made him slump back. Time was slipping away in more ways than one. The clock on his wrist read 7:42 now. Hadn't it read that before? He shut his eyes, fighting back a sense of panic. He realized his thoughts were drifting, scattering. Moments earlier, he knew exactly what he needed to do. Try the engine, check the phone, conserve heat. Now, he struggled to remember that order of events. It was as though something was peeling away his logic piece by piece. "Focus, Jake," he scolded himself. "Stay awake. Stay in control." Outside, the storm raged louder, but inside the truck, a vacuum-like silence filled the cab, broken only by Jake's ragged breathing. He rubbed his arms, half expecting to feel more flakes, burrowing into his skin. Maybe they were already inside him, draining him from the inside out. The wind slammed the truck so violently that it rocked on its suspension. He cursed. If any other drivers came this way, they'd be mad to keep going. But maybe, just maybe, someone would notice his hazard lights or the glare of his headlights. If the battery wasn't completely dead, perhaps the light still worked enough to signal that he was there. He turned the key slightly, just enough to switch on the electronics. The headlights flickered to life, casting feeble beams into the white haze. "Come on," he whispered, as if summoning help by sheer force of will. No headlights appeared in the distance, no glow on the horizon, just endless, devouring darkness, punctuated by swirling snow. Another glance at his phone. Dead. The battery icon showed a question mark. He tried to recall the last time he'd charged it, but the memory slipped away. The storm hammered onward, the hours slipping in and out of his grasp. 7:46, 8:10, 8 Sao. None of it made sense. He forced himself to think of Joshua again. That sweet smile, the gap in his front teeth. It centered him for a fleeting moment. "I'll get home," he vowed quietly. "I'll be there for him, no matter what it takes." The vow kindled a tiny spark of energy deep within, enough to dull the creeping dread. Still, the memory of those flakes haunted him. He could almost feel them swirling inside his veins, scraping at his consciousness like 1,000 tiny needles. The thought of them feeding on him, or whatever they were doing, made his stomach churn. The emptiness in his chest was expanding, a hollow ache that threatened to unravel him if he dwelled on it too long. He breathed in and out, shaking off another dizzy spell. The overhead light remained off, the radio silent. There was only the storm and that maddening hush inside the truck. Outside, snow had piled up to the doorframe, burying the lower half of his tires. If help didn't come soon, he would be completely stuck. Jake slumped in the driver's seat and closed his eyes. His mind felt so heavy, so tired. The wind battered the windows, the cold inching its way in. All he could do was cling to the promise he had made, to get home, to be there for his son. He wasn't sure how much time passed, whether he nodded off or simply drifted, but when he finally opened his eyes, his wristwatch read 8:21. A surge of confusion shot through him. It had to be later than that, or earlier. He couldn't be sure. The quiet in the truck enveloped him like a cocoon, and the storm outside droned on like an endless scream. Gripping the steering wheel, Jake mustered the last scrap of determination he had. He would try again. Maybe the engine would turn over once more. Maybe he could roll a mile or two and find a gas station or a phone booth. Anything. He turned the key. Silence. Then a faint click, and with that, any glimmer of hope that he could drive out of here extinguished. He closed his eyes, fists clenched against the trembling in his body. He had to come up with a new plan. He had to find another way, someone else, some other place. Because if he stayed here too long, he knew that unearthly snow would come for him again, and the next time he feared it might strip away every last trace of who he was. Jake sat slumped in the driver's seat, every muscle in his body quivering from cold and lingering fear. He felt as though he'd sunk into the truck's worn cushions and couldn't lift himself out. Outside, the storm still howled, the wind threatening to tear the world apart flake by flake. Inside, all was silent save for Jake's ragged breathing. The truck's engine was dead, the battery too weak to power the heat or the light. The only illumination came from the headlights, which still glowed faintly into the swirling snow ahead, though he had no idea how much longer they'd last. He rubbed his arms to keep warm, half expecting to feel those strange clinging flakes again. Instead, his hands found patches of damp cloth where snow had melted. The memory of how the flakes had burrowed into his coat and skin was impossible to shake. He wasn't sure what was worse, the biting cold or the haunting emptiness that had remained after they seeped away. Tremors rattled his legs and he pressed them together, trying to steady himself. The night felt interminable, time slipping through his fingers. Between the blinking clock on the dash and the contradictory numbers on his watch, he had no idea what hour it might be. His phone, similarly unhelpful, showed a black screen whenever. He tapped it. "Joshua," he murmured, letting his head drop against the seat. He tried picturing his son's face as it might look tonight, blowing out 8 bright candles. The image flickered in his mind. Was that a memory? Or just an aspiration? He couldn't tell anymore. Each time he tried to focus, his thoughts scattered, like the snow outside. He turned his eyes to the window. The darkness beyond it teemed with white shapes, but occasionally he sensed movement that had nothing to do with wind. A faint blur darting among the drifts or a swirl of flakes coalescing in a vertical slant that reminded him of a figure. Jake blinked hard, unsure whether the storm was playing tricks on him or if something really lurked just beyond the glass. He could no longer sit idle. The cold would kill him if he stayed much longer, and whatever was out there, those alien flakes or something worse, seemed poised to come for him again. He had to get out. He had to find help. "Okay," he whispered, voice trembling. "Okay, I'm not dying in here." Slowly, he reached over and unlatched the glove compartment. He pulled out a small flashlight with fading batteries. He also spotted a half-eaten protein bar, which he tucked into his coat pocket. It was better than nothing. Before he opened the door, he hesitated. The wind had been brutal last time nearly, tearing the handle from his grip. Now it howled even harder, but every second spent waiting felt worse, a creeping dread of something unseen drawing closer. With a bracing breath, he tugged the door latch. A blast of icy air sliced across his face, immediately numbing his cheeks. Snow swirled into the cab. He forced the door open against the wind and stumbled out into the storm. His boots sank into the drift, the snow almost to his knees. Leaning against the side of the truck for support, he kicked the door shut behind him, reducing the glow from the headlights to little more than a muted gleam. Jake tried to breathe steadily, but each gust seemed to wrench the air from his lungs. The flashlight's beam barely penetrated the white swirl. He pointed it forward and took one step, then another. His body hunched to remain upright in the gale. Ice crystals scraped his exposed skin like shards of glass. The highway was invisible, beneath a thick layer of snow. It felt like he was wading through a frozen ocean. 2 minutes in and his thighs already burned. His body hadn't recovered from the first round with those uncanny flakes. Even the simple act of walking felt monumental. Still, he pressed on, scanning for any sign, maybe a road sign or an exit ramp, a guardrail, or the headlights of a passing car. But nothing emerged from the blizzard's choking grip. He paused to rest, panting, and that was when he caught sight of a faint, wavering figure in his peripheral vision. It looked like a person standing in the swirling white only a few yards away. A survivor? Another traveler? Hey! Jake shouted, though the wind tore the word from his lips. He waved his flashlight, shining it toward the spot. The beam revealed a wall of white, no trace of anyone there. He swallowed a rising panic. "You're seeing things," he told himself, turning his gaze forward again. But not 10 steps later, the figure returned, this time on his other side, no more than a silhouette, in the swirling gusts. He whipped around to face it, but again it vanished. The emptiness left behind felt heavier than the storm itself. Just as he was about to force himself onward, the flakes came again. They fell in a concentrated flurry around him, distinct from the rest of the snow. Each was iridescent, glimmering under the flashlight's dim light. He raised his free hand, in an attempt to shield himself. Then they struck. Not with physical force, but with the same draining pull he'd felt before, only stronger. He gasped, dropping to his knees as a wave of dizziness overcame him. The flakes latched onto his arms, his shoulders, his face. He watched in horror as they nestled against his skin, seemingly dissolving into it. In an instant, a cold, sucking sensation gripped him from within, as though invisible siphons were draining every vital essence he possessed. "No. Stop," he coughed. The words sounded pitiful, lost in the wind. He had no strength to tear them off. His arms felt paralyzed. As the flakes dug deeper, images from his own life began to flicker through his mind like a broken reel of film. Joshua as a toddler, learning to walk. Holly's first Christmas, the day he and Mia bought the house. His memories were playing on fast forward, and with each flitter of recollection, he felt part of it slip away. He clenched his jaw, desperately trying to hold on to them, but the harder he fought, the more they seemed to evaporate. Then, just as before, the flakes re-emerged. One by one, they left his body, fluttering into the night. He collapsed, breathing in ragged gulps of frozen air. A hollow ache expanded in his chest, accompanied by a dreadful certainty that something in him was now smaller, emptier. He pressed his gloved hand against his sternum, half expecting to find a physical hole there. The flakes, with the pieces of him they had stolen, whirled away into the storm. Perhaps they were heading back to something larger, something that used them like a fisherman's net to trawl for souls. Jake tried to move, but everything felt distant, as though he was watching himself from outside his body. The cold pressed in, and for a terrifying moment he wondered if he'd sink into the snow and never get up. No, he had to fight. He had to keep going. Thoughts of Joshua's birthday flitted through his mind again, but now he couldn't remember the exact date. It had been November. What? The 18th? The 19th? That detail, once so crucial, now dangled just out of reach. With a desperate groan, he forced himself to stand. His legs wobbled, but he managed to remain upright. "Move," he told himself. "Move or die." And so he took another step, then another. A minute passed, or maybe an hour. Time felt elastic, governed by no logic he recognized. His flashlight beam threatened to fade, flickering ominously. In the half-light, Jake spotted what might have been a guardrail sticking up through the drifts. He stumbled toward it, adrenaline spurring him forward. But upon reaching it, he saw only a twisted piece of metal, possibly from a broken fence coated in sheets of ice. Beyond it, there was no sign of a main road or structures. With every second, hope eroded a little more. His breath came in frosty bursts, each exhalation a cloud that the wind devoured. The tractor-trailer he'd abandoned was nowhere in sight, swallowed by the whiteout. He considered turning back, but which way was back? The storm erased everything behind him as effectively as it hid everything ahead. He trudged forward until he nearly walked into a mound of drifted snow that stood nearly chest-high. Swallowing back despair, he skirted around it, boots sinking, sliding. His thighs screamed with fatigue. If not for the thick layers of clothing, the cold might already have ended him. A flicker of light caught his eye. He stopped in his tracks, trying to steady his breathing. There, just ahead, a dim glow. Could it be the headlights of another vehicle? Or was it his own truck, from some warped angle? He aimed the flashlight that way. Nothing but billowing snow. Yet in his peripheral vision, the glow was still there. He angled himself, taking a few steps, and realized the light was flickering. Not steady like electric beams, more like a flame. A candle? A lantern? A whisper of hope bolstered him. If it was a flame, it might mean shelter and other human presence. He advanced clumsily, each step feeling like a mile. The glow wavered in and out of sight as though the wind itself decided when to obscure and when to reveal it. Then he saw them again, shadows in the storm. Shapes, faint silhouettes that drifted in the periphery. They looked like people, at times standing upright, other times contorting in unnatural angles. Jake's grip on the flashlight tightened. He whipped it around, searching for any sign that they were real. The beam danced across swirling snow, revealing fleeting glimpses of what could have been limbs or elongated heads. But every time he focused the light, they were gone. "Leave me alone," he growled, though his voice cracked. He pressed on, the flickering glow his guiding star. He refused to entertain the possibility that it might be some trick conjured by these phantasms. He'd take the chance. Facing illusions of warmth was better than yielding to the relentless, ravenous cold. The next 20 yards were pure agony. His boots felt like cinder blocks, his lungs burned. He wobbled and nearly dropped the flashlight. At last, the light grew stronger, and he realized it was indeed a torch or lantern dangling from what looked like a short post. Beyond it, a snow-caked wooden sign stuck out of the ground. He couldn't make out the letters, if there were any. Next to the sign was a faint trail, perhaps an unpaved road or a path. Relief coursed through him, but so did trepidation. Who would have a lantern lit in this storm? Jake trudged forward, shining his flashlight across the sign. No words were visible, just layers of ice and snow. The lantern was an old-fashioned oil lamp swaying on a hook. It cast a feeble golden circle onto the snow. Grateful for even that small amount of light, he stepped into its glow. For the first time in what felt like ages, he felt a slight warmth caress his face. He paused there, panting. The rest of the world was a swirling void, but this circle of yellow felt like a sanctuary, even if it was only a few degrees warmer. He glanced around, searching for clues about who left the lamp. A set of footprints might have been visible once, but the storm had likely erased them. He tried calling out, but the wind swallowed his voice. A sudden sense of foreboding stabbed at him. He looked down at his arms and realized, to his horror, that the snow-like flakes had returned. They fluttered in the lamp's light, drifting from the air to land on his sleeves. A strangled whimper escaped him as he tried to brush them off, to no avail. Again they clung, like static or magnetized fragments. Jake felt his stomach drop. It was happening again. He turned off his flashlight to free a hand. With both hands, he smacked and patted at the flakes. "No, no, no," he snarled, as though sheer force of will could dislodge them. But they were relentless, sinking into his coat and dissolving. He sensed that vampiric pull, that draining sensation, a hollow ache that spread from his arms to his chest. Then they went deeper, into his very mind. Images flared behind his eyes. Mia's smiling face, the ring of daisies she wore in her hair the day they got married. He fought to hold on to that memory, but the flakes were there, siphoning it away, leaving behind a vague impression of happiness without context. Rage burned in Jake's gut. He would not let them take Mia from him. He yanked the lantern from the hook, plunging forward into the storm as if outrunning them might help. At first, it seemed insane he couldn't possibly run in waist-high drifts, but desperation fueled him. He stumbled, fell to one knee, staggered up again. The flakes kept coming. They were in his hair, on his gloves, even creeping along the lantern's handle. Flashes of memory, like individual pages torn from a book, flickered through his mind and vanished, leaving him gasping. Suddenly, the flakes rose from his body, shimmering like a cloud of diamond dust. Jake nearly collapsed, his knees buckling under the weight of the emptiness they left behind. He caught himself with one hand in the snow. The lantern dangled from his other hand, flames sputtering. He felt more disoriented than before, as though half of himself had been stolen. He watched the flakes swirl away. They drifted off, merging with the storm. Maybe they were returning to a larger presence, some cosmic force that hovered unseen, gorging itself on stolen human essence. The notion made him shiver more violently than the cold ever could. Even so, he clutched the lantern, forcing himself to keep going. The path, if that's what it was, had to lead somewhere. Perhaps a cabin or an abandoned shack. Anything with walls. If he found a building, he might barricade himself inside and wait out the blizzard. Even if the flakes found him again, at least he wouldn't freeze. His progress was pitifully slow. Each step felt heavier, drained of vitality. He glanced at his watch, but either it had stopped or he couldn't read it properly. The numbers swam before his eyes. He wasn't sure if hours were passing or seconds. The night pressed on in an unending pitch, the storm's wail constant. Then at last he saw a shape in the distance, something dark that stood out against the swirling white. He blinked, not trusting his eyes. Another illusion, or something real? He trudged closer, brandishing the lantern. The shape grew more distinct, a tree, bent and aged, standing beside a taller silhouette that loomed behind it. A structure? Yes, the outline of a building. Or was it a ruin? He couldn't be sure, but the thought of walls and a roof propelled him forward. He prayed it wasn't a complete collapse. He prayed it had a door he could seal against the wind. The thought of respite made him choke up with a mixture of relief and fear. He was too exhausted to consider that whatever lived there might not be friendly. The wind knocked him sideways and he tumbled face first into the snow. He lost his grip on the lantern, which landed with a hiss in a shallow drift. Jake scrambled to retrieve it, terrified the flame would extinguish. His gloved fingers found the metal handle. The flickering light persisted, though it guttered precariously. He heaved himself upright once more, stumbling ahead with the lantern's meager glow. Now close enough to see dark wooden boards, he realized it was indeed some kind of building, a cabin maybe, with a slanted roof weighed down by snow. Relief warred with apprehension. Who lived there? Could they help him? Or would they even answer the door in the midst of this nightmare? Jake forced himself to the entrance. His numb fingers fumbled for a handle, and he found a crude latch. Gave it a tentative tug. To his amazement, the door opened a crack, catching on something inside. "Hello," he croaked, hardly able to hear his own voice. Wind whipped past him, driving snow into the narrow gap. No response. His heart pounded. If it was abandoned, he might at least find shelter. He set the lantern down, took hold of the door with both hands and shoved. A wooden crate on the floor inside groaned and scraped across rough planks, clearing a path. Jake stumbled in, slamming the door shut behind him. He stood in the darkness, shivering uncontrollably. The wind outside rattled the cabin walls, but for the moment he was out of the direct blast. Snow dripped from his coat, forming puddles at his feet. He lifted the lantern again, letting its beam reveal a single-room interior. A table, 2 chairs, a clutter of boxes. Sparse, but intact. It smelled of dust, wood, and something he couldn't name. He barely had the strength to stand. He spotted what might have been a small fireplace at the far wall, though no fire burned there now. Without thinking, he dropped to his knees on the rickety floorboards, gasping for air. The emptiness in his chest throbbed, sharper than any physical wound. The flakes had taken more from him than he cared to contemplate. Names, faces, important moments. They all felt hazy, like half-remembered dreams. He knew he was Jake Harris, but the certainty of that knowledge was slipping, replaced by a dull ache. A part of him feared that if he tried to recall a conversation he'd had with Mia just a few days before, he wouldn't be able to. What else was gone? Would he even notice if they took something bigger? A sudden wave of exhaustion crashed over him, heavier than anything he'd felt before. Despite the primal alarm bells ringing in his mind, this cabin could be unsafe, something could be here. He couldn't fight off the need to rest. Just for a moment, he told himself. I'll rest." Jake set the lantern carefully on the floor. The flame guttered but stayed lit, painting the rough walls with dancing shadows. Outside, the wind hammered, but it felt distant now, muffled by the cabin walls. He closed his eyes, chest heaving, arms limp at his sides. Perhaps he had minutes before the flakes came again, or maybe the storm had lulled them for the moment. He wasn't sure how long he knelt there in the dark. His mind drifted half in a stupor. Eventually, a faint voice spoke in the corners of his perception. He snapped his eyes open, heart pounding. "Who's there?" he managed, though his voice was so hoarse it barely carried. Nothing answered. Had it been the wind? His imagination? He tried to stand, but only succeeded in slumping against the nearest wall. The entire cabin was dark except for the lantern's trembling glow. He squinted at the corners. Something seemed to shift just beyond the circle of light. Shapes? Or was it the flicker of the flame? A metallic taste of fear filled his mouth. He exhaled shakily. At least he was alive. For how long, he didn't know. This place, battered though it was, might be his only chance to stave off death. If morning ever came, perhaps the storm would ease, and he could find a way to radio for help, or even trek further if his body had the strength. But morning felt like a distant fantasy. Jake pressed the back of his head against the wall, swallowing past the dryness in his throat. One question pounded in his exhausted brain. How much of me have they already taken? And outside, the storm raged on, carrying who knew how many more of those malevolent flakes. They had found him twice now, and he had little doubt they could do so again. Perhaps they were drifting around the cabin, waiting for a chance to slip through the cracks in the walls. Their hunger seemed inexhaustible. Jake closed his eyes once more, clinging to a single thought. Mia. He pictured her just as she'd looked on their wedding day, in a simple white dress, hair braided with wildflowers. For a moment, he felt warmth welling in his chest, and then, with disquieting suddenness, the memory flickered. He couldn't quite recall the shape of her smile. Panicked, he fought to reclaim that detail, but it was as though the memory had already been partially erased. Tears burned in his eyes, and he couldn't tell if it was from grief or the biting cold. The flicker of the lantern merged with the roaring of the wind, and his consciousness wavered. He had to survive. He had to. The storm and the flakes and the eerie presences were not invincible, or so he told himself. If he could just endure a little longer, maybe somehow, he'd make it back to Joshua. Jake wrapped his arms around himself, praying that the physical embrace would anchor him. Outside, the wind snarled. Inside, shadows lurked. Something was out there. No, many somethings. He recalled the silhouettes in the storm. Plural, possibly an entire swarm. For now, though, he was out of their direct reach. In that tiny pocket of stillness, he tried to gather the frayed strands of his mind and hold them together until dawn, or until the next wave of flakes came for what remained of his soul. For a long dreamlike moment, Jake forgot where he was. He drifted, in the half-conscious haze of exhaustion, vaguely aware of darkness and cold. Slowly his senses returned. The whine of the wind outside, the musty smell of the cabin's interior, and the faint warmth from the lantern at his side. His face felt stiff with frozen sweat and melted snow, and his fingers were so numb they hardly responded when he willed them to move. He opened his eyes, blinking at the dim surroundings. The cabin's single room was cramped and old, with shelves sagging beneath dusty jars and tins. A rickety wooden table and two mismatched chairs sat in one corner. The fireplace looked usable but empty, save for a blackened pot perched on a small iron grate. At least the walls kept out the worst of the storm, though wind still slipped through cracks. Jake pulled himself upright, leaning against the wall for balance. His head throbbed with a dull ache, as though part of him had been squeezed out through a funnel. The memory of those invasive flakes came flooding back, making him shudder. He felt lighter, but not in a good way. More like a crucial part of his foundation had been chipped away. He rubbed his eyes only to jerk his hand away when he noticed new flakes clinging to his glove. Panic squeezed his chest until he realized these were just normal snow crystals that had drifted off his sleeve. Nothing else pressed inward on his mind. The sensation of being drained had subsided, at least for now. A sudden noise, wood creaking, startled him. He froze, straining to listen. It wasn't the wind or the familiar groan of the cabin's beams. It was a footstep. Another human being? Or something else? Jake picked up the lantern, its flame flickering in response to his movement. Slowly, he angled the light toward the far corner. At first, he saw nothing but shadows. Then the darkness shifted, revealing the hunched form of an older woman. She wore a thick coat and knitted cap, her wrinkled face illuminated by the flicker of the lamp. She'd been standing there all along, silent as the grave. Who? Jake's voice cracked. He coughed, trying again. Who are you? She stepped forward into the lantern's glow, her expression grave. Didn't mean to frighten you, she said quietly. I've been waiting to see if you were friend or foe. Seems you're just lost. Jake swallowed hard. Relief and fresh anxiety warred within him. I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was here. The storm, my truck. He gestured weakly toward the door. I needed shelter. She nodded, eyes moving over him with a keen intensity. It's all right. Storm's no place for man nor beast tonight. She paused, her weathered features softening. My name's Tess. Jake managed a faint nod. Jake Harris. He shifted uncomfortably, the ache in his muscles flaring. I didn't realize, and I thought this place might be abandoned. Tess walked over, her boots thudding softly on the wooden floor. I don't live here, not exactly. This was my daddy's trapping cabin, place to ride out the worst weather if it comes on sudden. She cast a glance at the rotting shelves and scattered tools. I keep a few supplies here for emergencies, didn't expect to find another soul. Not many come this way. Jake shivered, trying not to appear as terrified as he felt. Something's out there. Not just the storm. The woman gave a short, humorless laugh. I know. He studied her for a moment. Her face was deeply lined, her eyes reflecting something beyond mere caution, like she had seen horrors he could scarcely imagine. Her clothes were old, but well, kept layers of flannel and thick wool. A hunting knife hung in a leather sheath at her belt. You? Jake cleared his throat. You've seen the strange flakes? It felt surreal just saying it. The ones that stick to you and she nodded. Steal what's inside. Your memories, your warmth, your self. Her voice wavered slightly on that last word. You're not the first to experience it, Jake Harris. Nor the last, I fear. A swell of relief mixed with dread rose in Jake's chest. At least he wasn't going insane. Someone else had encountered these things, but that meant they were undeniably real and far from harmless. What are they? He asked hoarsely. Some kind of freak weather phenomenon? Tess walked to the fireplace, tapping the ash with the toe of her boot. No mere weather, she murmured. They come with storms, sure, but they ain't just snow. I've heard 100 theories, spirits, demons, ghosts, but I've seen enough to guess they're not of this earth. The wind slammed against the cabin as if to punctuate her words. Jake clenched his jaw. She had to be right. How else could? He explained the time distortions, the living sense of hunger that accompanied each flurry. Tess turned her gaze on him, eyes narrowed. I call them the empty ones. Some say they're extraterrestrials that feed off humans like we're livestock. They're barely here physically, just enough to latch onto us through those flakes. And that's how they strip us down, piece by piece. Empty ones, Jake echoed, remembering how hollow he felt each time they'd struck. Why are they here? Why now? They've always been here, Tess replied grimly. Least that's what I figure. Some storms blow in, from nowhere, carrying more than just snow. For them, it's a chance to hunt. If you're unlucky enough to be caught in it, well, you know the rest. She paused, absently running a hand over the bricks of the fireplace. I've encountered them more times than I can count, but seldom this fierce. Must be a big group out there tonight. Jake tried to stand taller, though his knees still trembled. Is there a way to fight them? Or escape? Tess regarded him with pity. If there is, I never found it. You can try to outrun the storm, but they'll follow. Best hope is to wait it out. Keep yourself sheltered. And maybe, just maybe, you slip away with enough left of you to rebuild a life. A cold wave of despair rolled through Jake. Rebuild a life. But how do you rebuild what's stolen from your mind? He looked down at the lantern, the tiny flame dancing nervously. They took something from me. Memories of my wife, my son. I can barely hold on to them. She nodded, expression somber. That's what they do. They feed on who we are. For a moment, neither spoke. The silence pressed in, broken only by the winds howling. Jake clenched his fists, a surge of desperation boiling inside him. I have to get home, Tess. My son's birthday is, or was, today. Tomorrow. I can't even remember how long. I've been out here. He realized how pitiful he sounded. I can't just hide until the storm stops. I understand, she said quietly. You can try moving at first light. This storm might break by then. Or not. They're more active at night. But if they're determined, they won't let you go easy. There's still an awful lot of darkness out there. She lifted her chin toward the door. You have your own reasons to leave, I suppose. Just know, every moment you're out in that mess, you risk losing more of yourself. Jake's teeth clacked as he forced a bitter laugh. So, I choose between freezing to death in here or being eaten alive out there. Tess exhaled, deep lines framing her mouth. I'm sorry. Truly. But you stumbled into something bigger than either of us. My advice is to keep your mind busy. Focus on the memories that matter most. When the flakes come, they can't take what you refuse to let go. She reached into a wooden bin by the fireplace, pulling out a few logs. Carefully, she stacked them in the hearth. Let's try to get some heat going, she said, striking a match. Might help you recover some strength at least. Flames licked at the dry wood, soon crackling to life. Jake felt the warmth on his cheeks, a small but profound mercy. For a while he simply stood there, letting the heat seep into his bones. Tess rummaged through dusty boxes, producing 2 cans of soup. She opened them with a pocket knife and poured the contents into a dented metal pot, then suspended it above the fire with a makeshift hook. Thank you, Jake said, voice earnest. He hadn't realized how hungry he was until the smell of soup drifted into the air. For a moment, the warmth and the promise of food dulled the nightmare raging outside. Tess nodded. Storm might last all night. When the sun rises, if it does, maybe it'll be calm enough for you to head out. She hesitated, glancing at the boarded window. But I have a feeling this one's not going to let up so easily. Jake sank onto one of the chairs, the wood creaking beneath his weight. Can you tell me more about them? He asked. His fear urged him to understand everything. How do they... He couldn't bring himself to say feed. The word felt too vile. They're not fully here, Tess explained, kneeling by the fire. At least not in our sense. They exist somewhere else and project themselves into our world. Those snowflake forms are part of it. Maybe physical fragments of something bigger. They latch onto us, siphoning our essence back to their hive, or mothership, or dimension. I doubt we'll ever know. All I do know is each time they rejoin their source, they carry a piece of you along. She stirred the soup with a battered spoon. That's why I call them the empty ones. They leave, you with holes. Jake rubbed his arms, recalling that sickening sensation of something being torn from him. Couldn't you kill them? Maybe burn them or something? She let out a slow breath. I've tried. Fire can momentarily hold them off, but it's like trying to burn water. Might scatter them for a second, but they'll just regroup. Best you can do is protect yourself. Thick clothing helps a bit, slows them down, but it won't stop them if they're determined. The soup began to bubble, and Tess carefully lifted the pot from the flame. She poured half of it into a tin mug and offered it to Jake. He took it with grateful hands, though the intense heat almost scalded his palms through his gloves. He sipped, coughed a little as the warmth flooded his mouth and throat, then tried another sip. By the time he swallowed a few mouthfuls, he felt marginally more human. "Thank you," he repeated. "This means more than you know." She offered a thin smile, her gaze distant. "I've lost enough folks out here. Couldn't leave you to die if I had a choice." Jake noticed a flicker in her expression. Pain, regret, maybe a memory of someone she cared about who hadn't been so lucky. He wanted to ask, but the words stuck in his throat. Instead, he focused on the soup. It tasted like salt and vegetables, bland but life-giving. For several minutes, they shared a thoughtful silence, broken only by the wind's shriek and the pop of burning logs. Jake felt the first glimmer of safety since the storm began, though he suspected it was merely a fragile veneer. If the empty ones could sift through walls as easily as they sifted through clothing, no barricade would truly protect him. Eventually, Tess spoke again. "You got a family waiting on you, you said?" Jake nodded, swallowing thickly. "A wife, Mia, 2 kids. Joshua, he's 8 now." The statement caught in his throat. "I missed his birthday." A rush of shame and anger welled up inside him. "I don't even remember what day it is." Tess rested a hand on his shoulder, surprisingly gentle. "All the more reason for you to hold tight to those memories. Repeat their names, their faces. Don't let the emptiness crowd them out." He stared into the fire, determined to do exactly that. He conjured Mia's warm smile, her honey-colored hair that always fell loose from her ponytail. He pictured Joshua's bright eyes full of questions and Holly's giggle whenever he tossed her into the air. If the flakes came again, he'd fight to keep those images. He'd fight until he had nothing left. "How did you learn so much about them?" he asked quietly. Tess exhaled through her nose. "Years ago, I lost my husband to a storm like this. He went out to fetch firewood and he never came back quite the same. That was the first time I saw the flakes. Over time, I encountered them again. I read what I could, listened to stories from old-timers. Everyone had a different name for them. Some believed they were devils. Others said they were vengeful spirits. But enough scraps of information lined up about how they drain you, how they come with bad storms. Eventually, I pieced it together." Jake closed his eyes, empathizing with the anguish beneath her words. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I wish I could say all of this is impossible, but..." She shrugged, though her voice shook. "Impossible or not, it's real. The question is, what are you going to do now?" Jake swallowed. He still felt that hollow ache, but the soup and the fire had bolstered his resolve. "I have to try to get home," he said quietly, the flickering firelight reflecting in his eyes. "I can't leave Mia and the kids wondering if I'm alive, and I need to see if they can remind me of what was taken." Tess studied him for a long moment, then gave a small nod. "Then that's your path. I'll do what I can to help, come morning. But if the storm doesn't let up, you'll have a devil of a time out there. The flakes will be thick as gnats on a corpse." Jake winced at the mental image. "If morning comes and the storm is still raging, I'll have to chance it anyway. I can't just stay here." Tess patted his arm. "I understand. We'll see how it looks at first light." With that, they lapsed into a heavy silence again. Jake stared into the flames, letting the crackle and warmth lull him. He didn't want to sleep, afraid of what might slither into his dreams. But his body craved rest, and he found himself nodding off. Tess sat across from him, quietly tending the fire as if standing guard. At some point, Jake drifted into a shallow doze. He imagined swirling shapes beyond the cabin walls, shifting shadows that blotted out entire patches of snow, faceless forms, with elongated fingers that reached for him. He heard hollow voices chanting in a language that was both alien and disturbingly human. It felt terrifying and unavoidable, like the unstoppable creep of nightfall. He jerked awake when the wind rattled the door. Tess looked over from the fire. "It's getting worse," she said, frowning. The pained resignation in her voice made Jake's skin crawl. If the storm was intensifying, that meant more flakes, more feeding. He peeled off his wet gloves and set them near the fire to dry, placing a chunk of wood into the growing embers. "Is there anything else we can do?" She was silent for a moment. "I've got a flare gun in one of the boxes. If the wind dies down a bit, maybe we can signal someone on the highway or in town. There's a mechanic, Gabe, who patrols these roads when the weather turns rough. Helps stranded travelers sometimes. He might be your best shot at a ride, if he's still out there." Hope sparked in Jake's chest. "We should try." Tess gave a slow nod. "We will. Just be prepared for disappointment if the storm swallows that flare whole." Jake exhaled, leaning back against the wall. He was so tired he could barely see straight, but the conversation steadied him. For the moment, they had a plan, however meager. "Get some rest," Tess said. "I'll keep watch for a bit. If anything changes, I'll wake you." Her tone hinted at a watchfulness that extended beyond mere storm gazing. She'd be watching for those parasitic flakes too. Jake opened his mouth to protest that he could stay awake, but a wave of dizziness changed his mind. "All right," he managed, pressing a hand to his temple. "I'll try." The fire popped, sending sparks up the chimney. Outside, the wind howled like a wounded animal. Jake closed his eyes, exhaustion embracing him in a sudden wave. He let the warmth from the fire curl around him. As he drifted off, he repeated a silent mantra of names: Mia, Joshua, Holly, clinging to them like a life raft on a storm-lashed sea. He didn't know what dawn would bring. He only knew he had to face it, for better or worse. Jake woke to the sound of muffled weeping. For a moment, he wasn't sure if it was someone else or if he was hearing an echo of his own nightmares. The cabin was dark aside from the embers glowing in the fireplace. When he shifted on the hard wooden floor, his entire body ached. His head still felt hollowed out, like the swirling storm had carved tunnels in his mind. He blinked and made out Tess's shape by the door, huddled against it as if to block something out. A single band of grayish light seeped through the cracks around the doorframe, enough to reveal her drawn face. "Tess?" he rasped. "You all right?" She brushed a sleeve across her face and turned to him, eyes swollen with regret. "It's morning," she said softly, though her tone held no relief. "The storm's still going, but different now. I can feel them. They're everywhere." Jake struggled to his feet, grimacing at stiff muscles. He sidled up next to her and peered out through a small gap in the boards that covered the window. Outside, a pale wash of daylight filtered through churning clouds. The snow still fell, but in a slower, drifting manner. The howling wind had eased, replaced by a dull hush. At first glance, it almost looked peaceful. But as Jake's eyes adjusted, he realized the so-called flakes blanketed everything. They clung to the trees like strange frost, shimmered on drifts, and danced in the air in a ghostly ballet. A deep shiver twisted through him. It was as if the entire world was dusted with that hungry presence, no mere storm, but a thick, predatory swirl of alien life waiting to devour more. How can we get through that? His breath fogged the glass. Tess let out a trembling sigh. "We try to run. We may never make it. But I know you have to try. Maybe the daylight will keep them from overtaking us as quickly. Sometimes they're weaker when the sun's out." Jake nodded, the mention of sunlight igniting a small hope. He thought of Mia, Joshua, and Holly again, repeating their names in his mind to keep them from fading. "You said you had a flare gun?" She nodded curtly and pushed off the door. She rummaged through a wooden chest in the corner, pulling out a bright red flare gun and 2 cartridges. She handed them to Jake. "I'll come with you. I know the route, and my truck's a mile or so from here, if it's still there. If we can get it started, maybe we can outrun this." He hesitated, glancing at her worn face. "You sure? This is my problem. I don't want—" She cut him off with a stern glare. "Don't be foolish. You think I can hole up in here forever? If these creatures decide to tear this place apart, they can. At least on the road there's a chance." It was enough to end the argument. Jake gathered his minimal belongings, really just his gloves, the lantern, snuffed now to save fuel, and the flare gun. Tess grabbed a small backpack checking supplies, a couple of canned goods, a lighter, her hunting knife. Outside, the hush stretched, tense as a drawn bowstring. He pushed the cabin door open slowly, half expecting the wind to lash at him. Instead, the air felt unnaturally still and the swirling flakes drifted languidly, almost beckoning. A heavy silence pressed down, broken only by the crunch of their boots in fresh snow. Jake was sure that at any moment the flakes would lunge at them again. An image of those alien specks burrowing into his skin flashed through his mind. He grit his teeth. If they came, he'd fight as long as he could. He clutched the flare gun in his right hand, though he wasn't entirely sure how it would help beyond summoning possible rescue. Tess led the way, forging a path around tall snowdrifts. The forest seemed close by, skeletal branches drooping under the weight of ice. Eerie shapes lingered at the edges of Jake's vision, dark silhouettes that vanished if he tried to focus on them. Whether they were illusions or watchers, he couldn't tell. After about 15 minutes of trudging, they crested a small rise. Tess pointed to a battered pickup truck, half buried in a dip just off the road. Relief tightened Jake's chest. If that engine turned over, they might have a shot. They slid down the embankment, breath steaming in the cold. Up close, the pickup looked rough but maybe salvageable. Tess brushed snow off the windshield and tried the driver's door. It creaked open, and she dug out the keys from the visor. "Pray it starts," she said, voice tight. She climbed in, motioning Jake to hop on the passenger side. He did, slamming the door behind him. The interior smelled of old coffee and stale cigarettes, but it was a welcome refuge from the swirling flakes. Tess jiggled the key in the ignition, turning it slowly. The engine coughed and sputtered. Jake held his breath. Then a cough again, a whir, and miraculously it roared to life, stuttering but running. A wild grin lit Tess's face. "Yes." She pumped the gas a bit, letting the engine warm. "Might just get out of here." Jake allowed himself a moment of hope. Then, a high-pitched scraping sound made him jerk his head to the side window. The flakes were moving, coalescing in a thick cluster. They slithered across the glass like insects, each flake glinting with malevolent intent. "They're trying to get in," Jake said, a tremor in his voice. "Go, Tess. Drive." She wrestled the shifter into gear, and the pickup lurched forward, through the snow. The road was barely visible, but she seemed to know where it lay beneath the drifts. Flakes battered the windshield like hail, and he could see them sliding up the glass as if searching for a way inside. Their progress was maddeningly slow, the wheels spinning at intervals. The truck fishtailed, narrowly avoiding a shallow ditch. Tess muttered curses under her breath, knuckles white on the steering wheel. Jake tightened his grip on the flare gun, unsure what good it would do but unwilling to discard it. They rumbled onto a straighter section of road, and Tess picked up speed. Jake kept watch through the windshield, noticing how the flakes parted, in odd patterns ahead of them. It looked almost as if the storm formed corridors of swirling particles guiding them, or hurting them. The sensation made his skin crawl. A faint beep from the dashboard made Tess glance down. "We're running." "On fumes," she muttered, voice grim. "I left this truck here a while back with hardly any gas." Jake fought a surge of panic. "How far to the highway?" "Maybe 5 miles. Town's another 20 beyond that." She pressed her foot harder on the accelerator, the engine whining in protest. "If we can get that far, maybe we'll find help or at least a phone signal." He felt the emptiness inside him like a fresh wound. Each mile they drove, he wondered how many more of his memories might slip away if the flakes attacked again. He tried to keep Joshua's face in his mind, that bright grin. Suddenly, Jake spotted something up ahead. A vehicle, hazard lights, blinking weakly through the snow. "Look," he said, pointing. Tess slowed the truck. As they approached, Jake realized it was a tow truck, partially blocking the road. Its driver's door stood ajar, the occupant nowhere in sight. "Gabe?" Tess whispered. She parked behind the stranded rig, leaving the engine idling. "He's a local mechanic, roams around helping people stuck in storms." Jake recalled her mentioning him. Together they hopped out, staying close in case. The flakes converged, Sure enough, the swirling mass in the air thickened around them, an oppressive presence. Jake's scalp prickled as if anticipating an attack. "Gabe!" Tess called, voice echoing in the quiet. No answer came, just the sound of scuttling flakes across metal. They circled around the front, and Jake nearly collided with a figure crouched behind the tow truck. He froze, raising the flare gun. Then he realized it was a man in a heavy coat, hunched over with his hands pressed against his ears. "Gabe?" Tess ventured. The man lifted his head. He was older, maybe late 50s, with a salt and pepper beard. His eyes were wide, wild, a glaze of terror behind them. Flurries clung to his hat and shoulders. His cheeks looked pallid, as if all color had been siphoned out. "Keep him away," he moaned, voice cracked. "They're in my head. In my—" Jake stepped forward, lowering the flare gun. "Sir, we can help." But even as he said it, dread told him there might be no helping him at this point. The man's gaze flicked between them with childlike panic, and he clawed at the air as though swatting invisible insects. "Gabe," Tess said softly, kneeling beside him. "It's me, Tess. Hang on. Let's get you into our truck." She tried to slip an arm under his, but he flinched. His response came out a choked sob. "They took... It's gone. His sentence dissolved into mumbles, tears carving a path through the frost on his face. Jake glanced around, scanning for that dreaded cluster of flakes. The storm was thick here, the drifting shapes swirling with malicious intention. He felt a creeping numbness at the edges of his thoughts, the silent threat of another feeding. They needed to move. With a grunt, Tess and Jake each grabbed one of Gabe's arms, hauling him upright. He moaned pitifully, but at least he stumbled along. With them, the wind whipped up, hurling a new barrage of flurries. Jake's chest tightened. Their slow progress back to Tess's truck felt agonizing. Then halfway there, Gabe cried out. A sudden gust slammed into them, carrying shimmering flakes that latched onto Gabe's coat, shoulders, and neck. He howled, thrashing. Jake and Tess tried to hold him, but it was like wrestling a man possessed. The flakes burrowed in, draining him. Jake could almost see Gabe collapsing inward, eyes rolling back. He twitched violently, hands clawing the air. "No!" Tess cried, voice breaking. She wouldn't let go, even as more flakes crawled across her arms. Jake felt them swirl around his face, and panic knifed through him. His emptiness spiked, a flash of personal memories drifting away. He gritted his teeth, clinging desperately to whatever remained. But Gabe was lost, his face slackening, froth gathering at the corner of his mouth. His limbs went limp, forcing Jake and Tess to catch him. The flurries reemerged, fluttering away in a taunting cloud. The damage was done. Jake looked into Gabe's eyes. They were hollow, vacant. A gibbering sound frothed from his lips, but no coherent words formed. The man's mind was gone, devoured. Tess stared in horror, tears streaming. Jake knew in that instant there was nothing more they could do. "We have to go," he rasped, voice strangled with guilt. "Or they'll take us too." Tess nodded slowly, tears shining on her cheeks. Gently she lowered Gabe to the snow, her hand trembling as she pulled away. Then she forced herself to stand, her expression hardened with anguish. Jake helped her back to the pickup, flurries clawing at their coats. The moment they slammed the door shut, Tess stomped the accelerator, the tires spinning before gripping. Jake looked back once, seeing Gabe's limp form recede in the distance, half buried in blowing snow. They surged forward, the engine whining. Jake bit down on a scream of frustration and grief. How many more times would these creatures tear someone apart? Would he be next? "We're close to the main highway," Tess said, voice thick. "Just a couple more miles." The truck rattled onto a slightly wider road, though the snow remained deep. Jake's heart pounded like a war drum. The swirling flakes hammered the windshield, scraping across the hood. He felt the intangible tug at the edges of his consciousness, but so far it hadn't turned into a full assault. He prayed the engine would hold, that the meager gas supply wouldn't fail before they cleared the storm's epicenter. The road stretched out ghostly pale. Another sign of civilization emerged, a battered green highway marker. Jake's heart soared at the sight. "We'll signal for help," Tess said. "If we can get a call out or a text." Suddenly the engine sputtered. The pickup lurched, coughed, and died. Tess cursed, pumping the pedal in a futile attempt to revive it. But the truck merely rolled to a stop. The gauge sat well below, empty. Jake slammed a hand against the dashboard. No, no, no. Flakes battered the windshield. Already he felt that dreadful hush pressing in. "Tess," she pressed her lips together, rummaging in her backpack. "We're only about 10 or 12 miles from town. If you can walk it, you might make it." She pulled out a spare set of gloves. "I'm staying with the truck." His eyes widened. "I can't leave you here." She gave him a sad smile. "If I try to make that trek, I won't last. This storm and me, we've done our dance before, and I'm half gone as it is." She opened the glove box, pulling out an emergency flare. "Take the gun. I still have one cartridge left if you need it. Maybe someone will see it if you're close enough to civilization." Jake's voice wavered. "Tess," she shook her head firmly. "Go, get back to your family. They need you." She shoved the flare into his coat pocket, then gripped his arm. "Don't let them take your memories of them. Fight with everything you have left." He swallowed hard, tears threatening. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything." She nodded once, eyes glimmering. Then with a trembling breath she opened the driver's door just enough for him to slip out. The cold air rushed in, swirling with malicious flurries. Jake braced himself, stepping into the blizzard. He heard Tess slam the door behind him. The day had grown more pallid, a flat gray sky pressing down. Every breath stung his lungs. He clutched the flare gun in one gloved hand, forging ahead, mindful of every step in the drifting snow. The highway marker pointed north, 10 or 12 miles. He could do it if he stayed focused. Flakes swirled around him like living confetti, but they didn't immediately assault him. Perhaps they were regrouping after their feast on Gabe. Or perhaps they found him less appetizing now that he was so depleted. Regardless, he pressed forward, each footstep an act of will. 1 mile, 2 miles. The wind whistled in a lower pitch, almost a moan. He sensed movement at the edges of his vision, but he refused to look. He repeated Mia's face in his mind, picturing Joshua's wide grin and Holly's bright laughter. Gradually, the swirling flakes thinned. The snowfall lessened. He emerged from the densest region of the storm onto a road that, while still snowy, revealed patches of tarmac. Relief surged through him. A sign indicated a turnoff for the next town. He just needed to keep going. The aches in his limbs felt immaterial now. He was running on adrenaline, driven by the memory of a life he refused to lose. At long last, he glimpsed houses, small suburban homes along a county road. Light posts lined the street, though most were battered by wind. Relief and dread mingled as he realized he was close to home. Would Mia and the kids even recognize him? When he saw his own driveway, he nearly collapsed in a mix of tears and laughter. The yard was coated in a fresh layer of snow. He stumbled to the front door, banging on it with half-frozen hands until Mia's wide-eyed face appeared through the window. She flung it open. "Jake," she gasped, arms wrapping around him. Warmth enveloped him. Her coat, the heated air of the house, the faint scent of ginger from the kitchen. He clung to her, words failing. Holly peeked around the corner, eyes huge, and Joshua stood behind her, mouth slightly open. "You're okay," Mia whispered, her voice trembling. "We've been worried sick. Where were you? Are you hurt?" Jake tried to answer, but exhaustion claimed him. His vision tunneled. He vaguely felt Mia guide him inside, the door shutting on the cold. Then darkness caught him like a wave. Jake woke in his living room sometime later, cocooned in blankets on the couch. His limbs ached fiercely, but the warmth felt like heaven. Mia hovered nearby, pressing a lukewarm cloth against his forehead, while Joshua and Holly sat on the floor with anxious faces. "You had a fever," Mia said softly. "We were about to call for an ambulance." He swallowed, trying to focus. "I'm all right," he managed, although the hollowness inside him remained. He looked around, a wave of relief washing over him at the sight of his family. I missed your birthday, Joshua." "That's okay," Joshua whispered, creeping closer. He gently touched Jake's arm. "You're here now." Jake forced a shaky smile, but deep inside, he wondered how much of himself was truly still here. The wind outside the window had calmed for a time. Now, as he glanced past the curtains, he noticed fresh gusts blowing in. He squinted. Another blizzard was forming, darker clouds rolling in fast, the snow swirling with an unnatural glimmer. A sick feeling rooted in his gut. Those weren't ordinary snowflakes. It was them. Jake heard Joshua and Holly laughing in the next room, their excitement evident. Mia's voice somewhere in the hall responding to their pleas. Jake pushed himself upright, adrenaline surging. "Mia?" he called, already dreading the answer. She popped her head in. "They want to step outside for a moment and see the flurries. The storm's picking up again, but they won't stay out long. Promise." "No." Jake struggled to stand, tangling in the blankets. A stab of pain shot through his legs, but he forced himself to move. "Don't let them..." He was too late. Through the window, he saw the front door swing open. Holly and Joshua scampered onto the snow-dusted porch, giggling at the pale, shimmering flakes drifting down. Jake tore off the blankets and staggered. Across the living room, nearly barreling past Mia. Outside, the wind carried those unnatural flakes in swirling eddies. The kids were already off the porch, catching them on their hands. Jake burst through the doorway, fear shredding his composure. "No, get inside," he shouted, his voice cracking. Joshua turned at the sound, flakes dissolving onto his small palms. Holly squealed in delight as they fluttered against her coat. A moment later, Jake watched in horror as Joshua stuck out his tongue, letting the flakes land on it. Holly copied him, giggling at the strange sensation. "Stop!" Jake cried as he finally reached them, his voice choked with terror. Joshua looked up, blinking, the glowing flurries vanishing into his mouth. "The snow tastes kind of funny, Dad,"